Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How we doing? Spectre here on the old 5x5 channel on a Wednesday afternoon, joining you. And of course, today is the first day of December, so I'm glad to have you all aboard here at this time. Of course, we'll be getting into no BS here shortly. I'll be your host here at least for the next little while, next hour or so. We'll probably have KB join here in the second hour. Sunny will be bringing things up in the third hour, although it sounds like she may be obligated for a little bit over on the soapbox with a number of folks not out here. So she may be a little bit delayed, but otherwise we'll carry it on. And yeah, this is our first day back in a while over on the old YouTube side. So if you're joining over there, appreciate you tuning in. And if you are joining in on the YouTube side, I would highly recommend that you get over to DLive, get over to Twitch, get over to our other platforms like the Foxhole app and that, just in case. We have now hit our second strike. Of course, are going back, weeding through old episodes, this, that, and the other. What didn't work or what worked back then no longer works in today's standards, and they're constantly moving the goalposts. So, I have no idea how much longer we'll actually be up on YouTube at this point because you can't chase a moving goalpost at this point. You really can't. And so, we'll deal. And of course, we'll be just fine, obviously. But nonetheless, I want to encourage folks to get over to the other platforms. Make sure that you're subscribed, like, shared, all that good stuff, just in case. So today is indeed hump day. We're getting over the hump here. Hopefully everybody is back to full song. I'll talk probably a little bit more about the health side of things here over the last week. Last week we had to take a little bit of a pause. Myself was out sick, and it just wasn't happening last week at all. And we'll probably get into that a little bit more in the second hour. But that being said, why don't we just get into it here this afternoon? Got plenty of stuff to get to. And we'll start off with this guy. It says, what pushed Donald Trump to view U.S. intelligence community with suspicion during his tenure? A piece out of Sputnik News here this afternoon. It says, briefing Donald Trump presented the U.S. intelligence community with greater challenges than it had faced since the times of President Richard Nixon 48 years before, claims a new book, Getting to Know the President. What's behind the IC's complaints about Trump, and were the president suspicious about U.S. spooks justified? Well, that's a good question. Obviously, we know during 45's tenure that he managed to have his own level of intelligence because obviously we knew these folks couldn't be trusted, and rightfully so. This is a newly released book written by ex-CIA officer John Helgerson, Getting to Know the President, charts different presidents' interactions with intelligence agencies from 1952 when President Harry Truman began the briefing process. However, Trump was unique among the dozen commanders-in-chief. He doubted the competence of intelligence professionals, publicly criticized the outgoing directors of national intelligence and the clown organizations, and disparaged the substantive work and integrity of the intelligence agencies, according to the CIA publication. Says from the outset, it was clear that the IC was in for a difficult time, the book reads. Trump's suspicions were justified. Says while clown veteran John Helgerson complains that Trump was far and away the most difficult new president to brief, the former president had good reasons for doubting the IC's competence and intentions, argues Dr. Nicholas Waddy, political analyst and associate professor of history at SUNY Alfred. Says Trump was justified in viewing the intelligence community with a jaundiced eye, since many presidents have been frustrated by the bias and incomplete analyses our intelligence quote-unquote professionals deliver. And no president has ever been more publicly and consistently undermined by intelligence officials than Donald Trump, Waddy believes. He refers in particular to the now debunked Trump-Russia collusion story, arguing that some former intelligence officials were, quote, among the most strident and pervasive in perpetuating the Trump-Russia hoax. And it's absolutely the case. When are we going to see folks held to account over all this nonsense? When are we going to see heads roll? When are we going to see arrests for the garbage that was spewed for almost 4 years out of this crap? Says, therefore, ex-clown director John Brennan had long been an active propagator of the idea that Trump colluded with Moscow. In 2017, the former clown chief claimed that he had been aware of contact between Russians and the U.S. persons in the Trump campaign. In 2018, Brennan wrote in the New York Times op-ed that Mr. Trump's claims of no collusion are, in a word, hogwash. Nevertheless, special counsel Robert Mueller's investigation found no links between Trump, his associates, and Russia. And then, of course, the clown coup USIC's fingerprints all over Trump impeachment, op, and JFK assassination, per RPI director. Says, meanwhile, an investigation by Inspector General of the Department of Justice, Michael Horowitz, which was released in December 2019, exposed procedural violations and flaws in the FBI's Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, applications to spy on Trump's aides. On top of this, the agency's requests were largely based on uncorroborated dirty dossier compiled by an ex-MI6 agent, Christopher Steele, at the request of Fusion GPS, a firm hired by the HRC presidential campaign through Perkins Coie's law firm. Some FBI agents were also found to be openly biased against President Trump. Peter Strzok, an FBI agent who kicked off the Operation Crossfire Hurricane into potential cooperation between the Trump campaign and Moscow, was caught sending messages disparaging then-candidate Trump to his colleague Lisa Page. And then, of course, we talk a little bit about old Comey here, per Lou Dobbs. This says, I sent them something I probably wouldn't have done and maybe gotten away with in a more organized investigation if the FBI wanted to send agents into the White House itself to interview a senior official. You would work through the White House counsel. That was old Comey back in the day. Says his former boss, James Comey, is known for sending two agents, Joe Pientka and Peter Strzok, to interview then National Security Advisor to Trump, Michael Flynn, in violation of the White House's rules and without an attorney present. Says after Flynn was charged with lying to the FBI, his legal team argued that the agency deliberately set the general up. Ex-FBI Director Comey was also quick to leak memos detailing his confidential conversations with President Trump as soon as he was fired in May 2017. Then we get to Durham, debunking the FBI's Trump-Russia probe. Says apparent politicization of the FBI's Trump-Russia probe prompted then Attorney General William Barr to assign Connecticut U.S. Attorney John Durham to investigate the origins of Operation Crossfire Hurricane and the agency's handling of the case. In December 2020, Barr appointed Durham as special counsel in the Russia probe inquiry, thus giving him special protection. Since then, Durham has indicted former FBI lawyer Kevin Kleinsmith for knowingly doctoring information about Trump's aide, Carter Page, to get a FISA extension, as well as ex-Perkins Coie lawyer Michael Sussman and Chris Steele's former employee Igor Danchenko. Durham is revealing day by day how extensively the professional intelligence and law enforcement communities within the federal government cooperated in the perpetuation of the Trump-Russia hoax, according to Waddy. He says, in their more honest moments, some of these officials even admitted that undermining the Trump administration was their goal, the professor says. They regarded Trump hatred as a moral imperative and patriotic duty. Trump was right, therefore, to view the intelligence community with suspicion. And according to Waddy, it is hardly surprising that U.S. defense officials also routinely misled Trump into believing the American troop count in Syria was a lot lower than it actually is. It says, from the beginning, Washington insiders in our political, cultural, and economic elite have seen Donald Trump as an affront to its dignity and a threat to its dominance. Rightfully, in both cases, he says. Their top priority was and is to undermine him and the populist movement he represents. Waddy believes that the deep state's major goal was to contain Trump, to undermine him politically, and to discipline his instincts to think and act outside the box. If Trump aspires to a second term, he will need to formulate a better approach to translating his conservative, nationalist, populist views into actual policy, the professor underscores. Otherwise, Trump and the career bureaucrats will be at loggerheads for 4 more years, and nothing of consequence will change. So then we get to the CIA veteran's book timing. It says the damning book about the former president is released between Thanksgiving and Christmas, a period that is typically considered politically dead. So it can have a greater impact now than it likely would at other times when it would be overshadowed, says Laura Merrifield Wilson, Associate Professor of Political Science at the University of Indianapolis. She emphasizes that even out of office, Trump still has pockets of support within the country and the Republican Party. Anti-Trump publication was designed to dissuade Trump from running for the presidency again in 2024, or to dissuade the American people from regarding him as a man fit for the presidency, deems Dr. Nicholas Waddy. Well, good luck with that, Mr. Waddy, because, quite frankly, you guys have failed. Through and through. At the end of the day, Trump is still supporting and putting up various candidates all across the country. I just talked a little bit about Wendy Rogers being endorsed by him here in the last couple days. And you will fail. Let's put it that way. Make no mistake. Your swamp may run deep, but we will rout you out. We're done with your shit. Period. We're done with your lies. We're done with your media. We're done with everything about you and what you stand for. You and your corrupt media and your corrupt everybody else that's part of your plan. Done. Finito. It's over. Anyway, enough to get you riled up. Aside from that, the legacy of 7 justices, more than 62 million dead babies. And this is as the Supreme Court is taking up the arguments here in regards to Roe versus Wade and where this may head. Interesting piece out of Town Hall here says the opinions expressed by columnists are their own and do not necessarily represent the views of Town Hall. This by, let's see, this is by Terry Jeffrey, I guess. Says after President Richard Nixon appointed then appellate court judge Harry Blackmun to the U.S. Supreme Court in 1970, Blackmun somehow convinced members of the U.S. Senate that he embraced judicial restraint and felt a duty to protect little persons. When Blackmun's nomination came up for a vote, Democratic Senator John McClellan of Arkansas made the case for confirmation. He does not believe it is either the duty or the prerogative of the court to change the historical interpretations of the Constitution so as to be tantamount to amending that great document by edicts and decree, said McClellan. For these basic principles of judicial integrity, I commend him and respect him. McClellan then quoted a statement Blackmun had made during the confirmation process about how important the Supreme Court was to little persons. What comes through to me most clear is the utter respect which the little person has for the Supreme Court of the United States. And I think that the little person feels this is a real bastion of freedom and protection of strength in this nation, Blackmun had said, according to the congressional record. It was a lesson that was taught to me in the last 2 weeks, and one which I think we shall not forget, said Blackmun. 3 years later, Blackmun wrote the court's opinion in Roe versus Wade. It declared there was a constitutional right to privacy that included the right to kill what could be called little persons or unborn babies in the womb. To come to this conclusion, Blackmun had to circumvent the obvious biological fact that an unborn human being is a living human being. So he referred to unborn babies as prenatal life or potential human life, and the developing young in a human uterus. In his opinion, in Roe, Blackmun pushed aside what he called the theory that life begins at conception that was advanced by those who supported banning abortion. Some of the argument for this justification rests on the theory that a new human life is present from the moment of conception. The state's interest and general obligation to protect life then extends, it is argued, to prenatal life, said Blackmun. And of course, he disagreed. There has always been strong support for the view that life does not begin until live birth, Blackmun wrote. This was the belief of the Stoics. In areas other than the criminal abortion, the law has been reluctant to endorse any theory that life, as we recognize it, begins before live birth or to accord legal rights to the unborn except in narrowly defined situations, and except when the rights are contingent upon live birth, he said. In short, black men, the unborn, have never been recognized in the law as persons in the whole sense. We need not resolve the difficult question of when life begins, he concluded. Wrong. The answer to that question, which science had already unambiguously determined, should have been embraced by the court. Human life begins at conception, full stop, period. Killing a human being any time after that is exactly that, killing a human being. By arguing that the court could declare abortion a right without resolving whether or not an abortion kills a living human being, Blackmun was essentially arguing that the court could legalize what, as far as he knew, might be an act of murder. The right of privacy, Blackmun wrote, whether it is founded in the 14th Amendment's concept of personal liberty and restrictions upon state action, as we feel it is, or as a district court determined in the 9th Amendment's reservation of rights to the people, is broad enough to encompass a woman's decision whether or not to terminate her pregnancy. But then Blackmun appeared to open a narrow avenue for some regulation of abortion. Says logically, of course, a legitimate state interest in this area need not stand or fall on acceptance of the belief that life begins at conception or at some other point prior to live birth, he wrote. In assessing the state's interest, recognition may be given to the less rigid claim that as long as at least potential life is involved, the state may assert interest beyond the protection of the pregnant woman alone. He then concluded that states could regulate or even prohibit abortion after viability, except when killing the unborn baby was, quote, necessary to preserve the life or health of the mother, end quote. There are two problems with this. Number one, viability. The point at which a baby can survive outside the womb is determined not by the baby's inalterable humanity, but by advances in medical science. And two, the health of the mother, as defined by Blackmun himself in Roe's companion case of Doe versus Bolton, is anything her doctor says it is. In that case, Blackmun declared that medical judgment about whether a woman's health justified an abortion may be exercised in the light of all factors, physical, emotional, psychological, familial, and the woman's age relevant to the well-being of the patient. Blackmun was not the only justice who voted in 1973 to declare abortion a right. He was joined in his Roe opinion by Chief Justice Warren Burger and Justices William Douglas, William Brennan, Potter Stewart, Thurgood Marshall, and Lewis Powell. Their legacy? Between 1973 and 2017, according to numbers published this year by the Guttmacher Institute, doctors killed 58,177,540 babies in the United States. The National Right to Life Educational Foundation estimates that from 1973 and 2020, that number is 62,502,904. This year, the killing has continued, but the Supreme Court now has a chance to reverse Roe versus Wade. While Chief Justice John Roberts and Justices Brett Kavanaugh and Amy Barrett stand with Blackmun or with the innocent unborn. So it's a question in that is obviously playing out in front of us as a number of cases are playing out all at the same time. We've been stacked up with all sorts of cases here as of late, from Rittenhouse to the Epstein stuff going on to Jesse Smollett. And of course, now we have this before the courts as well. And who knows what way this is going to go. But obviously, frankly, I think one of the better routes to go is probably by way of the 10th Amendment and what Texas has done. And of course, we heard all the shriekings and howlings of the left and everything else as a result. Do we necessarily need to wait on the Supreme Court to define what life is or whether or not it's legal or not or anything along those lines? I don't think so. I don't even think it should be a matter of the state deciding at this point. And frankly, it should amount to not the state, capital state, but the small states to determine whether or not it should or should not happen. And I think that's where Texas actually has gotten it right. And so we'll have to see how this pans out, but keep a close eye on that. So aside from that, as mentioned, from one case to the other, we know the Rittenhouse stuff just recently wrapped up in the last couple of weeks. Well, we knew on about the last day of deliberations and everything else as this was panning out that there was some shenanigans playing out with the media. And now we get the body cam footage. So out of Sign of the Times here today, says new body cam footage appears to show NBC producer admitting to following the Rittenhouse jury bus. And I'm sure you guys probably remember that, but now we at least get the video to back it. It says body cam footage from a Kenosha, Wisconsin police officer appears to show the moment an NBC freelancer admitted to following the Kyle Rittenhouse jury bus while under instruction from bosses in New York. The footage shows an officer pulling over a man who identifies himself as a producer for NBC. I work for NBC. I'm a producer, the man, believed to be James Morrison, said. Were you following a vehicle? The unidentified police officer can be heard asking. I was trying to see. I was being called by New York. Maybe you need to follow up. I was trying to do what they told me to do. New York told you to follow a vehicle? The officer asked. Yes, the producer said. So we'll let some of this play through here.
So you got iPads. Are you from Wisconsin, sir?
No.
Huh?
No.
Where are you from?
Atlanta.
Atlanta? Okay, all right.
I mean, Dunwoody's my official, but I flew up from Atlanta.
You flew up. What's significance of you being here?
I work for NBC.
For NBC?
Yeah.
Okay, you're a reporter?
Producer.
Producer? Okay. All right. Yeah. I don't know. So were you following a vehicle?
I was trying to see, I was being called by New York going, maybe we need to follow, but I don't know. I was trying to...
You trying to what?
Just do what they told me to do.
New York told you to follow a vehicle?
Yeah.
Your offices in New York or what?
That's right.
How did they know about this vehicle?
I mean, it was discreet. I wasn't like, going to talk to anybody. Just trying to find a location. That's all.
So, he's been told to follow. He was told to follow somebody. He's told to follow this vehicle from his offices in New York.
What office?
Is it the NBC office in New York? Mm-hmm. Do you have the person who called you and told you to do this?
Yeah.
You want to give me his information real quick?
You want me to call?
Sure.
So we got news media telling them to follow up on what vehicle?
That's what it sounds like.
Hey, law enforcement wants to talk to you.
This is Officer Jones, Kenosha Police. We're trying to figure out what's going on here, why you have a reporter or a producer following vehicles out here. Hold on, I'm going to put you on speakerphone because you're connected to his car. Now, can you go again?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Hi, officer. My name is Irene. I'm a booking producer with NBC News. We were just...
So there you have it. Some of the conversation that took place. Apparently this continues here. I'll see if this will play through.
We were just trying to respectfully, just trying to see if it's possible to find any leads about the case, and so we were just keeping our distance, just to see like where people involved in the trial are positioned. By no means were we trying to get in contact with any of the jury members or whoever's in the car. We just were trying to see like where key players in the trial may be at.
So
if you want, I can just offer this up. Once the verdict comes, like these are the letters that the clerk is going to be giving to them. So this is,
Hold on a second.
just trying to.
We have hard ID on the individual. Apparently, he's a producer with NBC. Currently on the phone with his offices in New York, who advised him to follow a vehicle in reference to the case.
Well, anyway, I think we kind of get the idea out of all that word salad. It basically amounts to the fact they're trying to intimidate a jury, flat out. No questions asked. Question is, will they be held to account? We'll have to see. There is a little bit more to this. I'll forego that for the moment. It says, how do they know about this vehicle? The officer pressed. Producer then said it was discreet and that he was just trying to find a location, whatever the hell that means. The officer speaking with other officers said the producer was told to follow this vehicle from his office in New York. The man, believed to be Morrison, then called the New York office, which we just got done listening to. And of course, everybody knows what happened immediately thereafter, that this yin yang from New York immediately started scrubbing all of her social media. Wonder why they would possibly do that if they're not guilty as you know what. Anyway, aside from that, the Smollett case is ongoing. We get this out of the Federalist Papers here today. It says Chicago cop nails Smollett. Says actor told police a white man savagely attacked him night of incident. Yeah, right. Says a former Chicago police detective on Tuesday testified in the Jesse Smollett trial. The police worked hard to substantiate the actor's story of a racist, homophobic attack. Smollett told police two masked men approached him as he was walking home on January 29th, 2019, and, quote, made racist and homophobic insults, beat him, and looped a noose around his neck before fleeing, Fox News has reported. Oh, and never mind the fact they still had the receipt from the hardware store where they picked up all the rope with his buddies and everything else. But hey, who cares about such little details? Says, however, the account has since been disputed by the two men Smollett allegedly paid to conduct the quote-unquote racist and homophobic assault. Abimbola and Olbenjo Cosendaro. That's a mouthful to say. Smollett faces 6 felony counts of disorderly conduct related to making false statements to police, according to the Chicago Sun-Times. Michael Thies, who is the lead detective investigating Smollett's allegations, said Chicago police devoted more than 3,000 hours to investigating Smollett's claims and that police, quote-unquote, absolutely did not rush to judgment, according to WXIA-TV. He said police collected all manner of videos, canvassed the area, and examined phone records. He said Smollett would not consent to a DNA test. Smollett told the police that one of his attackers was white. These testified, and police were determined to find the men responsible. These said, this was horrible. I mean, the crime was a hate crime, but a horrible hate crime. There was a noose. There was bleach, these said, according to the Sun-Times. It was local news. It was national news, international news. Everyone wanted to know what happened. From the mayor on down, everybody wanted answers. These said police at first believed Smollett was a victim. As the investigation continued, police determined that the alleged hate crime was actually a staged event and that it did not occur. These said, according to the Chicago Tribune. The Osendero brothers are black. And to this day, has Mr. Smollett ever come clean about this hate crime? Thies was asked by Deputy Special Prosecutor Samuel Mendenhall, according to the New York Post. Not that I'm aware of, Thies replied. Defense attorney Nenye Uch said during opening statements late Monday that the two brothers attacked Smollett because they did not like him. Jussie Smollett is a real victim, Uch said. Special Prosecutor Dan Webb saw it differently. Says when he reported the fake hate crime, that was a real crime, Webb said. Says if convicted, Smollett could face up to 3 years in prison, but probation would be a more likely sentence, according to the Associated Press. So all of this is playing out in the background. My hope would be that it would expose and perhaps shed some light on some of his backers in DC, because there certainly are plenty of photo ops of Mr. Smollett with 44 and the likes of Kamala Harris, and the fact that they just had come out with a noose related bill and all that lynching stuff, and that just days before this quote unquote hate crime occurred. Just conveniently all happened around the same time. And I sincerely hope that those details do make their way into the public record. So we'll have to see on that one as well. All right, so aside from that, well, the lawlessness continues in Chicago. Of course, all the mobs and that we've talked about over the last couple weeks and that. Apparently, it pays to be a looter these days. You just walk into these various Gucci stores, steal whatever you want, and hey, there's no ramifications. I mean, at the end of the day, you're not going to get caught, or even if you do, I mean, you're just minimal bail and you'll just walk right out. So apparently, a mob steals 67 grand worth of purses from Burberry's flagship as shoplifting raids and overnight burglaries continue unabated. This out of Chicago here yesterday says the hits just keep on coming for the Magic Miles high-end retailers as another shoplifting mob made off with over 60 grand worth of merchandise during an afternoon raid on Monday. And CWB Chicago has learned the 18th near North Police District that serves the area will be just a little less prepared to handle problems as CPD suspended 4 of its officers Monday for refusing to report their COVID vaccine status. Yes, because COVID bad. Going after criminals and things of that nature. No. We can't be having that. It's all about whether or not you have taken the jab and follow all of our edicts and decrees. Says around 4:40 p.m. Monday, 4 or 5 ski masked men entered the Burberry store at 633 North Michigan and began gathering purses from the luxury retailer's display shelves, according to a CPD report. The crew plowed into a customer who tried to keep the store's door closed as they ran for the exit. They escaped eastbound on Erie Street in a stolen car with about 67 grand worth of merch, according to initial estimates. Groups of organized raiders have repeatedly struck boutiques along Michigan Avenue, Rush Street, and Oak Street this year, with purses being a favorite target. According to sources, the team sell the bags, which retail for thousands of dollars each, online and on the black market. Says just a couple of hours after Burberry was struck, CPD issued a community alert to warn retailers about another ongoing problem: late-night burglaries by groups of thieves who've broken into Magic Mile retailers to steal large volumes of merch. Says the break-ins and shoplifting raids are happening despite CPD's leaders' best efforts to tamp down on crime by deploying extra resources to the area. And those overnight burglars will have fewer cops to worry about in the 18th district because, well, 4 cops assigned to the graveyard shift in the district were stripped and put on no-pay status Monday after they refused to enter their COVID-19 vaccine status into the city's employee database, a source confirmed. Now, CPD Chicago has also learned that CPD's total manpower slipped below 12,000 officers in November for the first time in years. It says about 100 cops left since October alone, according to department data provided by a source. And mind you, this is on the heels of what we learned here in recent days. Even LAPD is fighting these edicts and decrees because we found out that the very database they want to enter this all in is a communist China front. And they're going to use your data however they see fit. But do you think they care? No, of course not. And so it's going to come down to all these police departments and that bucking the trend. And of course, this is a result of that. Rather than fight crime, they would rather worry about whether or not you're following their decrees and edicts and whether or not you've been jabbed. Insanity. Absolute insanity. So aside from that, out of the college fix here, it says at UT Austin, teaching white 4-year-olds that they're racist is funded by taxpayer dollars. So yes, folks, if you don't think this is already going on all across the country, it's pretty well embedded at this point, and we need to route this crap out. Flat out. Route it out. And so Says after a brief pause, UT Austin recently restarted the GoCar program, which develops critical race theory training materials for 4 and 5-year-olds who are white. Yes, those dangerous 4 and 5-year-olds. Says this $100,000 program, funded directly by university administration and by extension taxpayer dollars, represents a grave misuse of state funds for political purposes. The goal of the project is not to study racism or anything like that, but to develop materials to convince white preschool-age children of the particular political views of researchers. Says that it is explicitly motivated by the ideas of Robin DiAngelo, who makes statements such as raising white children to be white is a form of child abuse. Sadly, the faculty and administrators have successfully hidden behind a misunderstanding and abuse of the concept of academic freedom to defend the program and continue its funding without facing accountability for its content. No one could seriously claim that this proposal would have been funded and defended if it were seeking to provide, say, patriotic education for preschoolers, under the pretense of measuring the effect of such a program on these attitudes. And imagine if such training were to be focused only on Black preschool-age children, a subset the researchers deemed deficient in patriotism. Academic freedom is a great ideal, but academic freedom for only certain ideas is not academic freedom at all. The defense of this program as an exercise in academic freedom breaks down even further upon careful examination. Here with GoCar, the university actively chose to provide $100,000 of state money to engage in political persuasion aimed at 4 and 5-year-olds based on the claim that it would be too late to wait until they are adults, or even slightly more mature children, to get them to come around to the political views of the researchers. GoCar is just one, though a particularly egregious, case of UT Austin diverting money intended for the support of teaching and research to political activism. The provost's DEI grants provide a laundry list of such diversions, with many not even having the pretense of research projects. Says, I assure you, there is no equivalent list of provost grants to promote alternative perspectives on any of these DEI issues. The diversion of state resources to political advocacy through bureaucratic means with extreme resistance to outside monitoring or oversight by the democratically elected branches of government is not an exercise in academic freedom, but instead a grave threat to the free exchange of ideas. Says if certain ideas are so advantaged through government support as they are at universities, both through state appropriations being diverted and through direct federal programs, then we do not have a true marketplace of ideas. The leaders of the state of Texas have been wildly deficient in their monitoring of the use of state funds for political advocacy, with Lieutenant Governor Daniel Patrick and Governor Greg Abbott rebuffing any attempts at reform and allowing the Board of Regents to ignore and promote these measures. Says, but this failure of leadership does not mean that the people of Texas deserve to have their tax dollars used to fund political advocacy that many will find repugnant. And so, pardon me, a little break from that there. I think we get the idea. The bottom line is people better wake up as to what is going on all across the country with all this crap that they are pushing. And if you think that people are going to be dissuaded with the DOJ threatening sicking the FBI on them or being called domestic terrorists or things of that nature, they better think again. And I would suspect that a lot of these folks that are pushing this also better realize that their day is numbered by way of them sitting on some of these boards. They will be routed out, voted out, and everything else under the sun. And I sincerely hope that parents are paying attention. And if this crap is continuing and should continue, get your kids out of this system, period. So aside from that, how to resist the mainstream here, says Cuomo advisor claimed Atlantic journalist turned CNN reporter was on our side during harassment scandal. Now, mind you, if you paid attention here in the last, I'd say 24 hours or so, we find out that Chris Cuomo has been suspended indefinitely for his actions behind the scenes on trying to rout out who was reporting whatever all against his brother, Andrew Cuomo. And this is a result, says, it appears Chris Cuomo isn't the only CNN employee to be implicated in the newly released documents from the New York Attorney General's investigation into ousted Democratic Governor Andrew Cuomo. Says in a group text exchange from February 2021, Democratic strategist Liz Smith told top Cuomo aide she had been in contact with then Atlantic staff writer Edward Isaac Dovere. Says he is very hard on our side on this, Smith told Team Cuomo. What's he saying? Cuomo's senior advisor Rich Azzopardi asked. Total mind meld, Smith replied. I'm on the phone with him. Moments later, Smith texted. He says he could be convinced to write something on Andrew, adding, but he thinks this whole thing is BS. The strategist told Cuomo's office, just hold, let me chat with him. He's calling me again Friday. The following week, Dovere penned a piece in The Atlantic titled, Of course Andrew Cuomo isn't going to resign, offering a glimpse at the behind-the-scenes drama among Dems and Cuomo allies at the time, which didn't exactly portray the embattled governor in such a positive light. Says a tale of hubris and comeuppance is unfolding daily around New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. It's a tale of a man who bullied colleagues for years and took time out of managing the pandemic to write a book about how well he was managing the scamdemic, but is now facing accusations of harassment, incompetence, and fatal mistakes, Dovere began the article. Says throughout his time in office, Cuomo has derided and demeaned. He has told state legislators that they don't understand anything as well as he does, and that they must fall in line behind him. Over the decade that I covered New York, seeing how he operates made clear again and again why he has no friends among his colleagues, leaving him without anyone to lean on now that he needs the help. Cuomo, the control freak, for the first time in his life, knows that he has lost control, that winning the fourth term his father didn't might no longer be possible, he wrote. Dovere, who has since joined CNN in October as a senior reporter, did not immediately respond. So apparently this saga runs deeper still, the level of collusion, if you will, with the likes of Chris Cuomo and his acolytes behind the scenes trying to save his brother and everything else. And of course, we'll have to see how this shakes out. But at least for now, Chris Cuomo is probably suspended indefinitely, and we won't be hearing him pontificate on air anytime soon. So there's that. All right. Well, carrying on. An Israeli's perspective on Ilhan Omar and the backpack comment. Apparently didn't realize this was as much of a thing as it was, but apparently this is kind of blown up here as of late. This out of town hall here today says recent reports have slammed Republican Congressman Lauren Boebert for comments that were offensive to her colleague, Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. Boebert recounted a security-related incident in the U.S. Capitol, quipping that she saw Congresswoman Omar notice she didn't have a backpack, so everything would be fine. And since her comment, Congresswoman Boebert has been slammed by the media, other congressional members, and more. There have been calls for her to be censored. Omar herself called out Boebert for real consequences of her anti-Muslim hate. Oh, yes, of course, we must go after the ones who call names because, it wouldn't be very fitting to oust somebody from Congress for lying on the fact that they married their brother or anything along those lines, just lying to immigration or things of that nature, right? I mean, this is the bizarro world in which we find ourselves. So I'd like to share another perspective. Recently, I visited with a friend, a pastor from Georgia, at a cafe in central Jerusalem. I arrived early, got a seat in the back, opened up my backpack, and set up my computer to get some work done. Says after a few minutes, I noticed someone walking toward me and glanced for a moment. I looked up and did a double take. It was a woman, dressed in traditional Arab Muslim attire. Less fashionable, but no different from how Ilhan Omar dresses. Says it's never unusual to see Arabs almost anywhere in Israel, but certainly not in Jerusalem. 20% of Israelis are Arabs, full equal citizens. And after Jerusalem was reunified in 1967 as Israel's capital, Israel offered citizenship to all of the Arab residents, mostly for political reasons, so as not to recognize Israeli sovereignty in Jerusalem. Most of the Arab residents rejected citizenship. Rather, they had the status of residency that provides all the social services and benefits of citizenship, with the main exception of the right to vote in Israeli national elections. It says, as Jerusalem residents, they do, however, have the right to vote in municipal elections, but most choose not to do so, both so as not to recognize Israel's sovereignty and so as not to be seen as traitors, and consequently be subject to physical threats from other Arabs. Says, I didn't know the status of the woman approaching me, but as an Israeli living through the end of what's known as the Second Intifada, the period between 2000 and 2004, where Palestinian Arab terrorists blew up buses, hotels, malls, and cafes like where I was sitting, I have enough awareness and PTSD to look at such a situation as being a possible threat. The woman was not wearing a backpack, carrying an oversized bag, wearing a loose coat under which she might be hiding a suicide vest, or have wires protruding from her pockets. So, I acknowledged my PTSD and the sometimes awkward reality in which we live here, and continued working until my friend arrived. Now, one might say I'm crazy for even having that thought. Maybe. Does it make me anti-Muslim? No, it's reality with which we live. Says, as a woman passed me to go to the bathroom to my left, I recognized that it was all quite normal. Did I hate her for being an Arab Muslim? Not at all. I just didn't want her to blow me up. Says, today, the cafe is a branch of a popular Israeli chain where you can get a great cup of coffee and just about any baked good imaginable. Now, 20 years ago, it was a Sbarro pizza franchise. It was also the site of one of the most gruesome terror attacks, not just in that period, but in Israeli history. Sadly, ask most Israelis about the Sbarro massacre, and it is remembered painfully as a site of the August 9th Palestinian Arab terror attacks in which 15 civilians were killed, including 7 children and a pregnant woman and 130 wounded. It says most Israelis will also know that a young Arab woman, Alam Tamimi, scouted for sites before leading Iz al-Din Shahil al-Masri, the suicide bomber, to Sbarro. So as not to create any suspicion, Tamimi deliberately did not dress in her traditional Arab Muslim attire, but as a Jew. Says at lunchtime, when the restaurant was packed and foot traffic outside at its peak, Tamimi left al-Masri to detonate a suicide bomb packed with nails, nuts, and bolts to inflict the maximum death and injury. The body of one of the 15-year-old girls was riddled with 60 nails, a hole blown out of her right leg, and third-degree burns on 40% of her body. An eyewitness described the horrific bloody scene having been thrown a meter into the air by the explosion. A terrorist does not have to be one carrying the detonator. Alam Tamimi was a student at the time, arrested, tried, and sentenced to 16 life sentences. A decade later, she was released as part of a prisoner exchange, including more than 1,000 Palestinian Arab prisoners traded for Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit, who had been held hostage by Hamas in Gaza for over 5 years. Tamimi lives freely in Jordan today, despite extradition efforts by the U.S., as one of the victims was an American. She has never expressed remorse. Indeed, in an interview on Al Aqsa TV, she described leaving the scene on an Arab bus where the passengers celebrated the attack, not knowing they were sitting with the accomplice. Says after hearing an initial report that only 3 people were killed, she recalled, I admit that I was a bit disappointed because I had hoped for a larger toll. Yet when they said 3 dead, I said, Allah be praised. 2 minutes later, they said on the radio that the number had increased to 5. I wanted to hide my smile, but I just couldn't. Allah be praised, it was great. As the number of dead kept increasing, the passengers were applauding. And so, anyway, this goes on here for a minute. It says, with her backpack comment, or was her backpack comment inappropriate? Maybe, but maybe not. It says, rather than confronting only Bobert's comment, I challenge those criticizing her to look at Omar and her record of explosive anti-Semitic and pro-terror comments and question whether or not she's also guilty or at least gives legitimate reason for scrutiny, not because she is a Muslim, but because she supports Muslim terrorists. Says it's one thing to wear a hijab and another thing to hide behind it, deflecting all legitimate criticism as being anti-Muslim, and then see accusations of hatred and xenophobia in the wake. It's hard to imagine her not silently smiling each time she gets away with it. So anyway, apparently that was a thing. Didn't realize that that had blown up into the flap, apparently, that it has. And of course, I'm sure Boebert will probably receive plenty of blowback as a result, probably be kicked off of some various Congress related whatnots and who knows what else, just like they've done with Marjorie Taylor Greene, what they've done with Paul Gosar, and anybody else that doesn't toe the line for them on the Hill. So aside from that, well, let's see. Yesterday we had this Michigan school shooter fired with intent to kill, sheriff says. And of course, apparently a fourth victim has now died after a Michigan school shooting. The Michigan teenager accused of killing 3 students and wounding 8 others at his high school came out with intent to kill, the local sheriff said on Wednesday. The evidence I've seen here shows he is very clearly trying to kill people, Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard said during an interview on CNN's New Day. Says it's clear that he came with the intent to kill people, Bouchard said. He was shooting people at close range, oftentimes toward the head or chest. He says it's chilling, he added. It's just absolutely cold-hearted murders. Bouchard said investigators have recovered at least 30 shell casings at Oxford High School and continue to pour through videos of the horrifying incident, including footage of the shooting itself, he said. He said videos and eyewitness accounts indicate the 15-year-old accused shooter, who has not been identified, tried to force his way into several classrooms where students barricaded themselves when the shooting started. And apparently here he is talking to CNN yesterday. Says, we know he tried to breach classroom doors, Bouchard said. He actually fired through a number of the doors that I looked at last night, the barricaded doors. We know he couldn't get into some of these classrooms, and I think that saved lives, he said. The only silver lining is that our training and their training saved lives. Bouchard said investigators also recovered writings that contained some of his thoughts after executing a search warrant at his home Tuesday night, but would not say what they were. Says they're beginning to get to those now, the sheriff said. Those were only picked up in the middle of the night last night. The 3 teens killed in the shooting have been identified as Madison Baldwin, 17, of Tate Meyer, 16, and Hannah St. Juliana, 14. No motive has been determined. 8 others were wounded, including a teacher at the school, with 2 in critical condition and 1 of them in extremely critical condition. Investigators said the gunman still had 7 rounds in the magazine when he was taken into custody and said his father bought him the weapon just 4 days earlier. The young suspect refused to speak to police and has retained a lawyer. Says, I want to hold this person accountable, and the community needs to see that happen, Bouchard said. I mean, this is a very calm, sweet, peaceful, quiet community, and this has shaken them to the core. So yes, this all taking place yesterday. And of course, the question I might have is, what is it that they're trying to distract us from, and how long before I'm sure that we'll see the yin-yangs on the Hill try to go after gun control yet again. You know, it's been a while. And of course, you know, they have to cycle through the old Rolodex playbook stuff here. It's been a while since they've fired up a quote-unquote mass shooting and propagated that all across the airwaves net for all to see so that they can tout, you know, whatever the du jour of the day is by way of gun control. Look for that. I suspect that'll be coming here shortly. Let's see. Other interesting news. Dr. Oz apparently is announcing Pennsylvania state run and seeks GOP nod. Interesting. Says Dr. Mehmet Oz, widely known as Dr. Oz, formally announced his candidacy for U.S. Senate in Pennsylvania on Tuesday. Dr. Oz was heavily rumored to be entering the race over the last several weeks, but the news became official with an announcement video on Tuesday evening. The race had been thrown into disarray after leading GOP candidate Sean Parnell was forced to drop out of the race. Oz is a celebrity heart surgeon who rose to prominence from hosting the Dr. Oz TV show, and his announcement ad was heavy on COVID policy failures and opposition to Big Pharma. COVID has shown us that our system is broken. We lost too many lives, too many jobs, because Washington got it wrong, Oz said. They took away our freedom without making us safer and tried to kill our spirit and our dignity. So apparently, here's a little quip from Dr. Oz.
My parents came to America to find a better life, and they did. I attended great universities, raised a family, and became a successful surgeon. I invented a heart valve that saves thousands of lives. Then I started a TV show to advocate for you taking control of your health, and took on the medical establishment to argue against costly drugs and skyrocketing medical bills. But COVID has shown us that our system is broken. We lost too many lives, too many jobs, and too many opportunities because Washington got it wrong. They took away our freedom without making us safer and tried to kill our spirit and our dignity. As a heart surgeon, I know how precious life is. Pennsylvania needs a conservative who will put America first, one who can reignite our divine spark, bravely fight for freedom, and tell it like it is. That's why I'm running for Senate. I'm Dr. Oz, and I approve this message.
So there you have it. Apparently a piece by Dr. Oz. I can't say I'm one way for, against, or otherwise. I guess we'll have to see whether or not old Donald Trump gets behind him and endorses him, I suppose. We'll have to see. The doctor styled himself as an America First conservative who will tell it like it is. Oz brings unmatched name recognition to a race that is wide open. He was ridiculed by mainstream media outlets for saying that schools should reopen in April of 2020. This is a track record that could certainly help him with GOP voters. However, he discussed his platform more with Sean Hannity in an interview on Tuesday night, and they talked border security, Oz's connections with the state, and job creation. The doctor said America was in crisis, but the prognosis was good, adding that he wanted to help us heal in reference to the national political divide. Sean Parnell, who had received President Trump's endorsement, was forced to exit the race after losing custody of his children. Other notable candidates include businessmen and former Lieutenant Governor candidate Jeff Bartos and Carla Sands, a businesswoman and former U.S. ambassador to Denmark during the Trump administration. Leading candidates on the Dem side include current Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman and U.S. Rep. Connor Lamb. The seat is up for grabs after GOP Senator Pat Toomey announced his retirement late last year. So there you have it. Some folks throwing their hats in the ring, as it were. We'll have to see, at this point, like I said, whether or not Trump will back this guy. I don't know. We'll have to see. Other interesting bit here out of Breitbart here today says Newsmax and OAN back far left pick for FCC commissioner who wants to censor conservative channels. And so you might be scratching your head going, WTF here? What's going on with OAN and Newsmax? Have they lost their stuff? I don't know. Says One American News and Newsmax are backing Joe Biden's far left radical pick for FCC Commissioner Gigi Sohn, despite the fact that she and her organization she co-founded have called for the blacklisting of conservative broadcasters, including OAN. What the? Gigi Sohn has made a number of public statements that should alarm conservatives. She has called for the Sinclair Broadcasting Group, a conservative-owned network of local broadcasters, to be stripped of its license. She has called for an investigation into Fox News, which she has called dangerous to our democracy, and state-sponsored propaganda. Says, and the organization she co-founded, Public Knowledge, has called on cable and satellite providers to censor OAN, the same conservative broadcaster that is now backing her nomination. Oh, what? I have no idea what's going on here or why OAN would do such a thing. Seems, who knows? Anyway, Axios suggested that Newsmax and OAN might be backing the far-left nominee, despite her open hostility to conservative media, because they view the Sinclair Broadcasting Group, a top target of Sohn's, as a competitor. OAN and Newsmax both opposed the attempted merger between Sinclair and Tribune Media, a position also taken by Sohn. Says in a comment to Breitbart News, a Newsmax spokeswoman said the network had received assurances from Sun that she would not use her power to censor conservative media. Yeah, wink, wink, nod, nod, right? I'm sure you can always take these folks at their word, can't we? Idiots. Says while we have a number of disagreements with Gigi Sun, she has confirmed to us that she does not, nor will she, support the closing of cable or broadcast outlets based on ideological views. Oh, just take her at her word, they said. But she will support independent networks, a key reason we are supporting her, as is One American News, said the spokeswoman. Why in the Sam hell would you take somebody at their word that is vehemently opposed to your network even existing? Anyway, per Gigi Sun's own word, says this and its lack of candor during the failed merger with Tribune calls into question Sinclair's fitness to be a broadcast licensee. Will AdFCC do anything when Sinclair's licenses are up for renewal? Says despite OEN and Newsmax's stance, Republican leaders in the Senate are lining up to slam Sun's record of partisan comments. Gigi Sun is a complete political ideologue who has disdain for conservatives. She would be a complete nightmare for the country when it comes to regulating the public airwaves, said Senator Lindsey Graham. Sun, obviously, her views are going to be very far apart from where mine are on all the issues, Senator John Thune said in a comment to Politico at the start of the month. She's very left. She's going to be a heavy hand in regulation. Says in addition to her stated support for censoring conservative broadcasters, Sun has also accused Facebook of trying to, quote, appease right-wing extremists, indicating that she will use her power to push social media censorship as well. What a great pick. Where do they find these cockroaches anyway? Anyway, as Breitbart News previously reported, Sun's track record of partisan statements includes a description of Brett Kavanaugh as an angry white man and accusations that Republicans are trying to pack the courts and suppress the vote. And of course, Breitbart News reached out to OEN for comment. Obviously, did not get anything in return, but makes you wonder what the hell's going on with OEN and Newsmax if the best that they can do is take somebody at their word who otherwise would rather see them not even exist. Insanity. Why would you do that? In any case, let's see here. All right, we're still going strong here. I haven't seen KB pop in yet. Hopefully he'll be along here shortly, as I do have some questions I would certainly love to be able to ask him regarding what is playing out in South Africa. Hopefully he'll be along here shortly, and if so, just give a yell here. So let's see, aside from that, let's see. Also, Biden, his health mandates are suffering some back-to-back blows here as he tries to push all this mandate crap through OSHA and everything else, and has hit a couple snags. Out of the Liberty Beacon here. Today it says Biden's vaccine mandates suffer back-to-back blows. President Joe Biden's plans for mandatory COVID-19 jabs have been blocked by two federal judges. One order blocked the federal healthcare mandate nationwide, while another blocked it for contractors in 3 states. Federal Judge Terry Doherty in Louisiana issued a nationwide injunction against the mandate for employees and contractors of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services on Tuesday evening, saying Biden's mandate violated the constitutional separation of powers. Well, gee, there's a no-brainer. Obviously, they're trying to sneak this through the bureaucrats and hope that people are none the wiser here. Phil Kirpin says Judge Terry Doherty has enjoined the CMS mandate nationally. This is a case brought by Louisiana, Montana, Arizona, Alabama, Georgia, Idaho, Indiana, Mississippi, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Utah, and West Virginia in the Western District of Louisiana. And here we get the piece in that was issued yesterday. Says if human nature and history teach anything, it's that civil liberty liberties face grave risks when governments proclaim infinite states of emergency, Doherty wrote in his ruling. During a pandemic such as this one, it is even more important to safeguard the separation of powers set forth in our Constitution to avoid erosion of our liberties. Well, yeah, absolutely. Says while the case will ultimately be decided in a higher court, it is important to preserve the status quo in this case. The liberty interest of the unvaccinated requires nothing less, the judge wrote. The case was brought by attorneys general of Louisiana, Montana, Arizona, Alabama, Georgia, Idaho, Indiana, Mississippi, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Utah, and West Virginia, all Republican states. Judge Doherty's injunction applies to all states except 10, where it was already enjoined by another federal judge, U.S. District Judge Matthew Shelp, blocking the CMS mandate in Alaska, Arkansas, Iowa, Kansas, Missouri, New Hampshire, Nebraska, Wyoming, North Dakota, and South Dakota on Monday. Says, meanwhile, U.S. District Judge Gregory F. Van Tottenhove in the Eastern District of Kentucky blocked the attempt to mandate vaccinations for federal contractors in Ohio, Kentucky, and Tennessee. In his opinion, Van Tottenhove said the challenge was not about whether vaccines are effective. They are. However, the case brought by Kentucky AG Daniel Cameron asked if Biden can, quote, use congressionally delegated authority to manage the federal procurement of goods and services to impose vaccines on the employees of federal contractors and subcontractors, end quote. Said, if the mandate can be invoked in the name of the economy and efficiency in federal procurement, then such powers can be exploited by the president to enact virtually any measure under the guise of economy and efficiency, wrote Van Tottenhove, granting the injunction. Now, the Biden admin previously set a November 22nd deadline for federal workers and January 4th for federal contractors to be jabbed against COVID-19, with those who did not receive an exemption facing penalties or loss of jobs. So apparently this is probably all going to still push out through the court systems. Who knows how long these injunctions will indeed last, but we'll have to see how this pans out as well. So let's see here. No, still no sign of KB. Hopefully he'll be able to join here. Let me check behind the scenes here real quick, make sure he didn't lose power or internet or anything along those lines. No word. So hopefully he'll be along here in just a bit. We'll motor on. Aside from that, and along those lines, let's see here. The AP. Yeah, AP blames South Africa's Omicron on vaccine hoarding by wealthy nations or something. And of course, this has been all of the news as of the last 72 hours or so. You know, all this flap about what has come out of South Africa. Hence why I'd love to be able to pick KB's brain a little bit on this as to what is really playing out on the ground in South Africa at the moment. Because obviously, and the description in that I have commonly seen is that this is nothing more than a storm in a teacup. That was as it was described by various epidemiologists, scientists, and the like down there, that yes, they've had these cases crop up. The 4 cases that they found actually were folks who were actually jabbed. Yeah, they suffer a little bit of fatigue and perhaps some headaches, but it's nothing major. But yet you wouldn't think that based on what the Mockingbird media has been hyping this and overhyping this and sensationalizing this to no ends over the last several days. So anyway, out of hot air here. Blame South Africa's Omicron on vaccine hoarding by wealthy nations or something. Says, do we need to expedite vaccine distribution around the world? Absolutely. Did the latest variant of COVID-19 result from hoarding of vaccines by wealthy nations? Well, that depends on the definition of wealthy and the precise origin of Omicron. Epidemiologists first identified the new variant in South Africa, which might play hob with the Associated Press's rush to judgment on the cause of the variant. The emergence of the new Omicron variant and the world's desperate and likely futile attempts to keep it at bay are reminders of what scientists have warned for months. The coronavirus will thrive as long as vast parts of the world lack vaccines. And I'll pause here and say that it had only been maybe, a week prior, we had gotten word that only about 6% of the total of the continent of Africa at this point has seen the cases, that we have here, this case-demic as it's become, as well as whether or not they've been jabbed or not. And I just find the timing extremely striking that report comes out barely a week before, and then voila, as if on cue, they whip this thing up into a frenzy. They report it, then of course it's picked up. World Health Organization having meetings and G7s and this, that, and the other, and the media is just running with this wildly. And all of a sudden, this comes to bear. Says the hoarding of limited COVID-19 shots by rich countries, creating virtual vaccine deserts in many poorer ones, doesn't just mean risk for the parts of the world seeing shortages. It threatens the entire globe. Look out! Everybody, beware the variant. Because they told us so. And he says that's because the more the disease spreads among unvaccinated populations, the more possibilities it has to mutate and potentially become more dangerous. That's false, prolonging the pandemic for everyone. Word to the wise here, if you know anything about any of this stuff, you know that it doesn't morph into something more dangerous. No. It may become more easily spread, but it becomes less dangerous, exactly opposite of what is being stated here. So that's a falsehood. That's a flat out lie. The virus is a ruthless opportunist, and the inequity that has characterized the global response has now come home to roost, said Dr. Richard Hatchett, CEO of CEPI, one of the groups behind the UN-backed COVAX shot sharing initiative. Yeah, you suppose that guy probably has a financial incentive to keep the ruse going? It says, except that South Africa wasn't a vaccine desert, virtual or otherwise. A week ago, just prior to the emergence of Omicron, Reuters reported that South Africa had stopped accepting new shipments of vaccine doses thanks to a glut. The problem in that country was uptake, not provisions. South Africa has asked Johnson & Johnson and Pfizer to delay delivery of COVID-19 jabs because it has too much stock, health ministry officials said, as vaccine hesitancy shows an inoculation campaign. It says about 35% of South Africans are fully jabbed, higher than in most other African nations, but half the government's year-end target. It has averaged 106,000 doses a day in the past 15 days in a nation of 60 million people. Says earlier this year, the program was slowed by insufficient doses. Now, deliveries have been delayed due to oversupply, making the country an outlier in the continent where most are still starved of vaccines. Nicholas Crisp, Deputy Director General of the Health Department, told Reuters that South Africa had 16.8 million doses in stock and said deliveries had been deferred. So much for the vaccine desert, as well as the class warfare arguments. Is South Africa a wealthy nation? Not particularly, but they're hardly poor either. A 2020 ranking by total national wealth puts them 43rd, trailing Vietnam and even Bangladesh, but still firmly in the upper third of global rankings. Did Omicron generate in South Africa? That may never be determined. It certainly might have originated in a poorer neighboring country, but there's no evidence to support that. In contrast, Omicron got identified in South Africa first, and that's also where transmission of the variant appears to be the most intense. It says, at the very least, attributing Omicron to vaccine deserts is premature and unsupported by evidence. This looks suspiciously like narrative journalism, an attempt to tell a preferred story and jump to conclusions without regard to evidentiary support. Says, if anything, one could wrap this around vaccine hesitancy rather than hoarding and perhaps get a little closer to the truth. However, even that's more correlative and conjecture than scientific fact. Viruses mutate over time anyway, but there is no scientific threshold for viral mutation potential at certain levels of herd immunity. It says if Omicron emerged from a population that's 35% immunized by vaccination, then it could just as easily have emerged here in the US from states where full immunization by vaccination is only moderately better. It could also emerge in places where vaccination rates are higher, but recent transmissions intensified through a significant random mutation. Now, there is presumably more likelihood of that happening in lower immunization level populations, which is why we want vaccines to be distributed as widely and as quickly as possible. But that also requires a population willing to get immunized, which was the actual problem in South Africa, not vaccine shortages. So also, let's remember that mutation isn't impossible in higher vaccinated populations with more cooperation in vaccinations either. The spike in cases in our cold weather states could also generate a new variant at some point. Hopefully it won't, but it could. And one last point. Thus far, we have focused on vaccine-related acquired immunity. We still aren't measuring infection-acquired immunity, probably because we still aren't doing wide population testing for any reason at the moment, and that would factor into variant potentials too, assuming that, and this is still an assumption, that immunity blocks transmission and mutations entirely. Do we know this to be the case? It certainly doesn't seem that way, and that might make vaccine deserts even less relevant to mutations. The fact that the vaccinated can still be infected and perhaps even contagious argues against the idea that mutations only happen in vaccine deserts. It says, while that doesn't mean we should discount the issue of vaccine deserts and mutation potential, but the real priority for wide distribution of vaccines is preventing as many critical cases of acute COVID infections and saving lives. It says if we're prioritizing a defense against mutations, it becomes a risk-reward calculation. Until we have vaccine doses in the billions, we are forced to deal with a shortage structure, which requires rationing. Rationing will always have to take national interest into consideration, as well as international and humanitarian interests. The countries that produce the vaccines will always want to protect their own citizens first, and then take care of others next, especially representative republics with real accountability to voters. They will prioritize saving lives now over potential mutations to come, and for good reason. So, the best strategy would be to distribute vaccine production as widely as possible. That lands the output where it's needed, and where it won't require as much competition in a shortage environment. But even then, just because a country has the vaccines doesn't mean they'll go into arms, as South Africa and the United States has discovered. That's a true desert issue, not a vaccine desert issue. So there you have it, by way of a piece out of hot air here. And I hope that we can get to the bottom of this, because obviously with the Mockingbird media at the moment bloviating left and right about this, I mean, it's permutated all throughout every bit of news and that's out there. Obviously, they're trying to build this up into something that it's not. Obviously, probably to push more jabs, more this, that, and the other. We've seen Moderna come out and basically shoot themselves in the foot here in recent days. Pfizer coming out and saying, hey, we can probably develop a new jab concoction here, probably in the next couple weeks, and have something out maybe by the first of the year. But again, it's just like throwing a dart at the wall. With something that's got a mutation of about 50 different variants, what the hell are they going to be shooting at? It's literally like a needle in a haystack type approach at this point. But by God, you better get your third, fourth, fifth jab, whatever, even if, the first, second, third jabs have no effect against it whatsoever. What the government says thou shalt do, and you shall do it or not. In any case, that's the insanity we find ourselves with at the moment. Aha, you did make it.
I've been trying to log on since the appointed hour, but Zoom just wasn't cooperating at all. Nonetheless, we have.
Well, so, good to have you aboard.
Likewise. Hope you've fully recovered and life's good.
Yeah, I would say so at this point. I had my bout with whatever this flu is. I can only assume it to be the Wu flu. And I can only say that for the simple fact that when it hit a number of us in our community and our church especially. Ended up wiping out pretty much most of our pastoral staff, still kind of working its way through their family, hit a number of our band members and a number of our congregants as well. And we ended up having to cancel services for the last couple weeks as a result. But I would say that after probably about 3-4 days of battling this behind the scenes, you're kind of over the hump, and there was some lingering effects in that I had to deal with. But the key thing, in my opinion, is make sure, folks, for anybody listening, to have all your stuff well ahead of time. Do not wait until you actually start getting sick or start having any sort of symptoms whatsoever at the onset. That is absolutely the worst time that you want to be trying to hunt down whatever remedies and that you want to use. Make sure that you have those well in advance. I cannot state that enough.
Agreed. I was fortunate that I had everything, and I also had pneumonia to boot, and I was fortunate enough to be over it within 6 days because everything was at hand. And as you quite correctly state, the best chance of a fast recovery is to start immediately.
Absolutely. Yeah, I would say after about day 3 or 4 of this, I would say I was over the major hump. It was just kind of dealing with the lingering effects of it and the cough and not knowing how long it was going to take to shake that. I had heard from some folks that it took up to a month for some folks to actually kick the dry cough, but it seems that has since subsided here in recent days. So I'm not going to complain. But I will say making sure that you have all the appropriate things, up your dosage of vitamin C, up your dosage of vitamin D, zinc. In my case, I had kind of a combination of all of those all built into one pill, as it were. And also had quercetin as part of that, and definitely helped. So the more you have that stuff in hand, the better off I think you're going to be. The more you'll be able to lessen the effects of it. And I think a lot of that stuff will certainly promote your lung health and any chance of fluids building up or anything along those lines and minimize the effects.
Absolutely. The only thing that I did above and beyond what pretty much everyone does was I went for intravenous vitamin C infusions. I went for 2 within 5 days, and that's normally about 25,000 per infusion.
Right.
So yeah, that and is an age-old remedy that is unbelievable for lungs, and that's concentrated oregano oil. So it tastes awful, but it's
it is a hot oil. Let's put it that way.
Absolutely.
As somebody who uses a lot of oils and that. It is a hot oil. If you take that topically, typically it's one of those deals where you want to have a carrier oil because it does tend to run, for lack of a better term, hot. I would highly recommend that if you do have that on hand, yes, certainly you can combine that with a number of things. In my particular case, I did end up having that along with peppermint oil, spearmint oil, probably thieves, things of those nature, all in combination with one another, all taken topically. Some of that stuff definitely works wonders regardless of what type of sickness you may come down with. But what I ended up taking was a product from orthomolecularproducts.com called Orthomune, and it had a lot of that stuff built in. Had probably about, what did it say, about 667% of your normal daily intake of vitamin C. I think it had, if you look at the label, I think about a 200 or 300% overdosage of vitamin D, and I was taking extra vitamin D on top of that. Zinc intake was also built into that, as well as quercetin and a number of other remedies in that I took. And probably the one unsung thing that you probably want to have on hand for sure is you obviously may not know from whence you may get said sickness, or whom you may be around that you may have contracted it from, but probably want to have aspirin on hand. And the reason for that is this, is that in the event you come into contact with somebody who may have been vaccinated against it, you really don't know whether or not perhaps you may have been in contact with somebody shedding spike proteins, things of that nature. You're probably going to want to have something like aspirin on hand as just a general blood thinner, just in case, if nothing else.
Without a doubt. It's one of the things that I thought it was pretty much normal that people would be taking that, but not. But aspirin it's vital because it's actually, I don't know, it's a secondary infection that actually makes the people sick. So associated with that, it's almost like a kind of hypoxia, and that aspirin does help get rid of the blood clots.
Yes.
Or the thickening of the blood at least. And I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So help me understand here, KB, as you're more or less boots on the ground in a country where here in the last 72 to 96 hours, this flap has come up since Thanksgiving. Conveniently, obviously, the timing is just extraordinarily impeccable on how they time this stuff. But, the word is, as of probably Thanksgiving and the day after, this flap came up about this new variant that they had to hurry up and name. We couldn't call it the new variant. No, we couldn't call it the G variant. No, that would be too risque. So now we've now affectionately dubbed this latest variant as Omicron, which a number of people have noted that if you rearrange the letters a little bit, it comes out too moronic.
Yeah.
All of this has stemmed from South Africa. And it had only been not even a week that we learned that, Africa as a whole, as a continent, is woefully behind on jabs and seeing the level of cases that the rest of the developed world is seeing. Don't you find that a little bit odd by way of timing?
I was listening to you reading the article. It was a superb article, except I didn't notice that they actually may have stated, which is the fact, that all four people that apparently had this new variation. Oh, by the way, we're only halfway through the Greek alphabet, so
So it's funny how they skip letters willy-nilly here too. They just kind of hopscotch around, call it whatever the heck they feel like. It's too hard to say variant 1.1.529. So we got to come up with all these fancy Greek alphabet letters now to call all this stuff.
Yeah. Well, all the people that had it, all four were jabbed.
Yes.
I mean, that's important for the listeners to know, which is quite interesting as it is. It appears to, at least those that are paying attention, that they needed to try and mask the side effects from the jab. And it's interesting how all the symptoms mimic those of some of the vaccine accident that we've seen.
Yep. Yeah, it's definitely not lost on us for those, as we continually say, paying attention. That number one, doesn't matter if you're jabbed up or not, whether you've had 2 shots, 3 shots, 5 shots, whatever. The quote unquote protection that you think you have probably is not so. And that the likelihood of some variant spilling out the back end is highly likely. And unfortunately, what that article alluded to was exactly opposite of what actually happens if you study any of this for any length of time, is that these variants do not become mysteriously more deadly than the first at all. That's not how it works. It has to mutate itself to be able to survive, whatever conditions net you may have built up by way of immunities, things of that nature. So yes, it can become more transmissible, but it is less lethal.
Absolutely. Anybody with a remedial understanding of basic science knows that a mutation by definition means that you're losing information in the DNA chain. So, that's really why the theory of evolution is a lot of garbage, because you can't mutate yourself into a better species.
Yeah.
If anything, you can only regress. And much exactly as you said, the might be a higher rate of transmission, but certainly not. You're not going to get a more lethal version of the previous version.
So what is the story on the ground, I guess, at this point? Is some of the media actually getting this correct? And that, I loosely described this at the onset. Some of the reports in that I've read via scientists and epidemiologists and that who discovered this down in South Africa call this nothing more than a storm in a teacup. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, it is. Although the government or the party line is still that we may have to lock down in South Africa. So they've stepped us up one rung. I've got a sneaky suspicion they're going to do a hard lockdown. I hope I'm wrong. I'd like nothing more than to be wrong. But if what happens in South Africa, as many of these countries in the southern equator, or southern hemisphere rather, we generally take 2 or 3 weeks off from about the 15th of December till the first week in January. So whereas you normally have your vacations around about August, September, traditionally we have it the other way around, because schools end now. Pretty much all the exams are over, and it's kind of like the summer break version here in South Africa, and that normally takes place, and most people go home. So when you look at the tribal regions, you find that most of the people go back to their home, call it the homeland, round about the 15th. And that's also when builders go, and we call it builders holiday here. You can't do very much after the 15th. Most people have gone home. I'm hoping I'm wrong, but if they're going to do a hard lockdown, it's going to be after the 15th of December, because the local or the party narrative for the incumbents are that we've got to protect the people from this deadly new strain, which they're trying to build up cases daily, but unfortunately the sheep will actually fall for it.
Well, and the question also becomes, how can they at this point actually determine whether or not this variation, this variant, is any different than any other? What way have they got to test for these variants versus any other at this point, when the best that we know of, the PCR test or the other spun up test that produce so many false positives? I mean, who really is believing this stuff that they're kicking out at this point?
They're getting away with selling that narrative largely because, as we all know, they haven't even been able to isolate the alpha variant. Okay, we've got a court case going on which was postponed, conveniently enough, from May the 27th of this year, where, I mean, the court case is called "Show Us, show Us the Virus."
Yeah.
Yeah, so that they kicked that can down the road. Yeah, so if you haven't been able to isolate the alpha variant, and by the way, neither has the CDC. The CDC has on multiple occasions stated that they don't have any available, as well as in Australia. So, yeah, but unfortunately, that's the fine print that gets lost with the masses. So, yeah, it's certainly not. There are a lot of good memes floating around South Africa and particularly the UK about this. And Boris Johnson's, I mean, just made himself a bigger fool with what they've done. But it's quite serious in what you see, what they're doing in Germany and many countries around the world in trying to scare people into taking the jab. So, yeah.
Well, along those lines, one of the articles I didn't get to before you jumped aboard, but Israel is using counterterrorism phone surveillance to track Omicron carriers. Now, mind you, when we first learned of said variant, they pinned it on South Africa, they pinned it on Botswana, they pinned it on Israel, and I think maybe one other country, 3 or 4 at the time. And don't you find it rather convenient that Israel at this point, who has jabbed to the hilt by way of their population, I forget what the heck the numbers are even up to at this point by way of their populace, that suddenly, of course, they're right there in the mix. And you get Bennett and that stating, we're going to do everything in our power, may end up having a lockdown, this, that, and the other, but yet their whole population is already jabbed. So where and how can this possibly be so if these vaccines are so effective?
Well, if you think about it, Malta, Ireland, the UK are amongst the most vaccinated populations in the entire world. And that's where the cases seem to be exploding. And if there are such things, I think it's just an attempt to mask the side effects of the vaccine. I mean, it appears to be quite patently obvious that that's what they're trying to do. So, they're using this excuse. It's no surprise that everyone was walking in lockstep, because that's actually the name of the, what they're all doing internationally. So if anyone bothers to go and have a look up Operation Lockstep, which is quite interesting, you'll notice that it's the plan that's been put into effect for all countries to act in unison. And we're certainly seeing that. People are not taking them too seriously in South Africa. In fact, I continue to walk around without a mask, which is breaking the law, according to the government, and you can get arrested. I was at a demonstration, not this Saturday, but the previous one, and 9 of us got arrested and taken down to the police station. And we said, that's fine. You can hold us until Monday morning till we go to court. We're not going to pay a fine. And they actually released us. Yeah. So, you've got to stand up. You've got to fight back. I think a lot of people now are concerned about the attempts to try and get the kids vaccinated, because this is what they've done as well. They've inserted the narrative into this one that this is the one that affects children. And I had a business meeting this week, and I actually was left with a mouthful of teeth, because an actuary and somebody who I hugely respect because of his intellect proceeded to tell me not only was he proud to have taken 2 jabs, but he'd already had his children jabbed, because statistically, now with actuaries, that's what they should be good at. Statistically, it gives them a much greater chance of survival, notwithstanding the fact that children hardly, if ever, die from this thing. And it left me scratching my head. And it's actually appears that this is a sickness of the intellectuals, actually. And if you take a look at Africa, where outside of South Africa, although we do have ivermectin available, if you know where to look, we are only 23% vaccinated as opposed to the rest of Africa. Africans, in general, are always wary about vaccinations because they are aware that they have been used as guinea pigs in the past. So it's actually nice to see that the most apathetic people and the ones with the most blinkered opinions happen to be the white middle class. The Africans are, I think, a little bit smarter, and they are avoiding the vaccine like the plague. So it's interesting to see, and there is pushback coming from them. The best resistance I've seen thus far has been a gentleman, I don't want to mention his name, but a very high-profile advocate, and he was with us when we got arrested, and he just kept on saying, do not admit guilt. And it's interesting to see, I've had communications with him and a couple of face-to-face meetings, and the resistance is coming from Black Africans. And kudos to them too for actually standing up to this. There is no ways they intend to get jabbed.
Yeah, and I guess to that point, it's part of what we're seeing play out worldwide. We talked about this in the past with what's going on in Italy, many of the Eastern Bloc countries, and that, they want to try and lock down the unvaxxed. In Austria, they want to try and basically prevent you from gathering for Christmas here in the UK. Reports out here today. You can see where this is all headed. They realize their gig is up. They're going to try and run this playbook for as long as possible as they can, fully recognizing that people are not buying the BS that they're trying to sell. And they know their gig is up. And the more that we resist it, the harder they're going to push this narrative and this garbage and BS, to the point where even here out of Greece here today, they said that they're going to start fining older folks, 60 years and older. Now, mind you, this isn't even passed into law or legislation there, but they're going to start fining folks for not taking the jab because, they're the most susceptible and they're the most hospitalized.
Yes, and effectively what they're doing is, and it's disgusting, because if you take Greece is a poor country, the average pension per month is 400 euros. So they're going to be fining the people who can least afford it 100 euros a month, and they automatically deduct it. So much like the shenanigans that we're seeing in the US out of the IRS. They're already implementing that in their New World Order in Greece. And it's disgusting because effectively taking 25% of somebody's pension money when some people are really living hand to mouth in Greece.
Yeah. And I guess to that point, we've talked almost ad nauseum about the smoke and mirrors and cover story of what's playing out financially. The central banksters are broke. They have no more money to kick the can down the road in order to fund all these socialist ideals and everything else. And they know that. They think they'll be able to snow the populace over. They'll create a little distraction so that people aren't aware of what is actually playing out behind the scenes. The ECB obviously does not have the funds to be able to support so many pensioners in Europe. The case is probably also fairly similar here by way of Social Security in the United States. And so, what better way to get rid of a portion of the populace than to make them get jabbed, sick, or otherwise, or do like what some of these Democratic governors did in the onset of sticking a bunch of sick people in some of these homes and having a mass die off.
Well, to that point, and it's anecdotal, I know, but it's a personal experience. A very good friend of mine lost both his brother and his brother earlier in the year, and secondly, his dad. And he flew back to France a couple of weeks ago. In fact, he flew he left the day of my mom's funeral to go back to his dad. And he actually came and visited my brother and I the night before. And upon his return, I only got to speak to him about a week ago. He's of the belief that somehow his father shouldn't have died, but whatever protocols he was getting, and by the way, he didn't have COVID. And he explained to me how the tax system works and the death duties work in France. He said the government is making a fortune off the death duties related to property.
I'm sure they are. Yeah. I am sure they are.
And much to my surprise, because I'm not quite sure about his vaccine status because I never asked people, but he volunteered that upon his return and having spent time with his mom, he's convinced his brother died of side effects from the vaccine because he was a very healthy 55-year-old and who just happened to pass away of a heart attack suddenly. And I've seen a lot of that. I'm seeing a lot of that in South Africa. I've had personal experience, and I actually know more people who died from what appears to me, I'm not a doctor, but awful consequences, and the timing is just more than suspicious. A very young man of 32 years old, who I know his parents extremely well, happened to have a massive heart attack 5 days after receiving the Pfizer jab. His mom and dad, who are living in Cyprus, or who have been living in Cyprus for many years, flew out, and he was already in an induced coma, and they never got to see him again because while he was in an induced coma, he suffered 3 strokes. Now, this is a perfectly healthy young man, okay, who never ever had any problems previously, but just suspiciously had this massive heart attack. In fact, his funeral was last Tuesday. So I'm seeing a lot of that happening. A friend of mine had his cancer out of the blue. And I spoke to him today. Previous colleague, we've worked at places together in the past. He came out of surgery last night. I spoke to him today, and I actually asked him bluntly. I said, "Tell me something. Have you had the jab?" He said, "Yes." Okay. And another schoolmate of mine, who I didn't think would ever fall for it, has fallen for it, and he's just had to have 2 stents put in. So, I'm seeing incidents that appear to me, again, I'm not a doctor, but it's just more than a coincidence to see so many people suffering from all the things that we do know and that are officially recognized as being side effects.
Well, and to that end, I know we've talked about this before, but the cases continue to mount as well. Speaking of otherwise perfectly healthy folks, but so many cases of these footballers and soccer players now worldwide who just mysteriously, right in the middle of a match, boom, drop down, suffer some sort of cardiac arrest or whatever it may be. And of course, with so many of these cases, kids anywhere from 18, 19, 20 on up into their 30s, otherwise healthy. What is the big elephant in the room? Because the Mockingbird media is trying to blow this off and say, well, this is all just a coincidence that we've had so many cases of this. Look away from this. This isn't a thing to look at. It's all just a coincidence and nothing to see here.
A friend of mine who lives in Canada actually sent me, I will send it on to you on Gab. He sent me a PubMed article, which was specifically for FIFA, which is the Football Association.
Right.
And the amount of people that have suddenly dropped dead, from coaches to players.
It's insanity. And we're supposed to be led to believe that these aren't all related, and that I'm sure every single one of these football organizations are probably prompted, if not told in as many words, that it is a mandate for you to be jabbed in order to continue to play and collect a paycheck.
Absolutely, it's disgusting. In fact, I'm going to try and, it's called the FIFA Sudden Death Registry. I'm actually going to try and put it up in the chat as we speak, and hopefully we can.
I can pull it up.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are plenty of videos net out there, compilations net, folks. If you've not seen that, of all these various soccer players or footballers, if you like, if you're across the pond, of all these otherwise perfectly healthy folks, just boom, right in the middle of a match, second period, third period, whatever, and just next thing you know, they're getting carted off on stretchers, things of that nature. But yet the media is trying to snow this over and say, look away, nothing to see here. Don't cast your eyes in this direction. It's all just a coincidence, I'm sure.
Here we go. I'm going to be able to copy link. Put it into the chat. There are times that I do manage to get past technology. Chat. There we go.
Let's see.
No.
Not sure where it went.
Yeah, it disappeared on me. There we go. I'll just do it the long way around. And at worst, I could also share a screen. But let me try once more to put it into the chat. It's probably better if you pull it up. There we go. That should do it.
There we go. Let's see if we can bring this up here real quick. Take a quick peek at her. All right, so this is, as that comes up here, FIFA Sudden Death Registry, FIFA SDR, a prospective observational study of sudden death in worldwide football from 2014 to 2018. Now, mind you, this is not necessarily reflective of what is playing out now based on the time frame.
Correct.
But
they're trying to build a narrative that this is not unusual.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, do these guys all typically have to get shouted up with every other jab under the sun in order to be able to play? I guess. I don't know.
You know, I just find that it's pretty suspicious that they're putting this kind of stuff out there. You know, this is not unusual. Okay, it happens, you know, but not to the extent that we've been seeing.
Interesting that it was last updated December of last year. So they've obviously known or have been trying to potentially get ahead of this guy, apparently. Yeah. Makes you wonder if they're going to try and continue to add to this or if there will be additional studies. I don't know. But nonetheless, obviously, we can witness with our own eyes, you know, don't believe your lying eyes is what they would have us believe. But clearly, we can see this day in, day out in various broadcasts and people who have been astute enough to compile a lot of this stuff for us that all is not as it seems.
Exactly. Nothing to see here, folks. You know, move along. Yeah, and that's really what it's about, because those videos that you mentioned have certainly made the rounds, certainly in South Africa and the UK. So, I think people are being bombarded with so many different things that eventually they say, well, this is all conspiracy stuff, so it can't be true, and they walk away. I think a lot of people have actually been blackpilled. The ones that are actually fighting back are the ones whose freedoms are being taken away. I know about the demonstrations outside Parliament in Cyprus yesterday, today, and over the weekend. And only because suddenly their children are at risk and are being threatened to be vaccinated. So people are fighting back for different reasons, but I think not too many people are trusting the plan. because I think they've been disappointed with their own timelines and what, whoever they've been following. And we know that we've got to be careful who we follow. But nonetheless, I think we've lost a lot of people along the way who, perhaps were a little more optimistic in the past because hopefully looking for a better outcome. But now that we've seen things being plunged into a darker space, there are a lot of people that have been blackballed.
Well, and on top of that, the other thing that is playing out behind the scenes that, I try to shed a lot of light on by way of financials is this winter of discontent that they're trying to foist upon folks. They're busy behind the scenes trying to prevent people from having energy to be able to heat their homes. Obviously that is going to sow discord. It's going to bankrupt people left and right who otherwise, would be able to afford to heat their homes. Now they suddenly have all these supply issues mysteriously. But on top of that, what leads to the next thing beyond that is suffering by way of hunger and starvation, things of that nature. And of course, if they lock down harder, obviously, like what Austria is doing, they'll just continue to lock people down until you're restricted on whatever it is that you can do. Did I lose you?
I was on mute. Sorry.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, schoolboy error. What's been happening here, they've been trying to build up food shortages as well. We've also had problems with the supply chains. And just up the west coast of Africa, I know of two farmers who were told, you have to get rid of your chickens because there's a sudden outbreak of avian flu amongst the chickens.
Really?
So just in time for Christmas, where you guys have Thanksgiving and turkeys, traditionally people will have a chicken roast for Christmas. So interesting to see. But again, it's always those who can least afford it that are being affected. We've had fuel price increases. We measure it in liters. So for a gallon, there are about 3.8 liters roughly in a gallon. And that 3.8 liters or 1 gallon's worth will cost us about, in dollars, probably $11 a gallon.
Nuts.
Yeah, and most of that's taxes anyway to the government. So, and again, it's the diesel price that's the problem, because all these transport trucks that transport food and necessary things around the country, like in every country, that's just pushing inflation out of control. So we're seeing basic necessities like particularly fruits, vegetables, exploding. And again, if you take somebody who's basically on the breadline, what's their biggest expense? It's their rental, if they're lucky to have a roof over their head, transport, which in South Africa, we don't have a very good public transport system. There's a whole series of taxis, which are run by thugs. And that's where most people go to get to work. And it can cost people just to get to work about 20% of their earnings, just to get to work. So, and it's the vulnerable people, again, that are suffering. So that's interesting enough where we're getting the pushback from and the fight back. So I don't know. Let's see how long this charade lasts. But we all know that it'll, we've got a couple of months out. Interesting, I noticed that Jack Dorsey, to change stride a little bit, and a couple of others have been resigning. And I'm starting to see the cover-ups stop failing. I mean, how ridiculous are these mainstream media people with trying to push a certain narrative over and over and over again, and it appears to be failing. Again, all of this stuff is coincidentally was aimed at the very weekend before the Jesse Smollett trial and the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. So,
Yeah, and on top of that, one of the things that I talked about here today on show, as well as what is playing out with Roe versus Wade at the Supreme Court level as well. So, I mean, if you want to talk about a stack up of cases, Net, immediately after the Rittenhouse trial verdict and everything else coming out, this is, if that's your cup of tea and reading various court dockets and things of that nature, this is right up your alley now, especially.
well, that's one of the places that I go and do when I go to when I do my research. You follow the money, so you try and find bank accounts and that kind of thing, and more importantly, active court cases. So yeah, I'm sure it's just one big happy coincidence.
Yep. Yeah, and of course, the information by way, like you said, we just had Jack Dorsey step down. Basically, they gave him an ultimatum. From the sounds of it, you can either maintain your CEO position of Square or Twitter, but not both. So it almost seems like there were some activist investors net that helped push that along. But, that's going on. In the meantime, like you said, we got the Ghislaine Maxwell stuff. And of course, we've got a bit of a corrupt judge, Nat, that it's been revealed that, he's been nominated for the Sixth Circuit by way of Chuck Schumer and Biden here as of late. Who knows whether or not that's going to stick or if this guy is going to stick around or not, this Allison Nathan. And on top of that, we find out that, this judge, and that is apparently part of a secret society known as Quill and Dagger, which is very similar to like Skull and Bones here in recent weeks as well. So, we're getting the drip information. We're not going to be promised, live footage and that out of the courtroom like what we got out of the Rittenhouse case, because that was a state case, not a federal case. But nonetheless, the information is still coming out. And then the question is, all right, are they going to allow her to take the fall for this? Are we going to get the information revealed? We'll have to see yet. But yes, definitely interesting timing around all of this.
What's encouraging is that news is getting out in one form or another. So who would have thought that we'd find out about these little secrets, dirty little secrets of the judge, But what's interesting is that it's all very well that Ghislaine Maxwell's story is coming out, but none of the people that are associated with them are really coming out as yet. The Prince Andrews of this world, etc. So
Right.
I await that with an amount of optimism. Hopefully, we will start seeing people connected to Epstein. I'm just praying that something dirty comes out on Gates pretty soon. But yeah, nonetheless, it'd be interesting to know if Fauci ever went near the island.
Yeah, I don't know. It appears maybe there's been a revised little black book in that more than what we originally knew. I think was originally, what was that? Exhibit MM or something in the original case, I think, something along those lines. We're
Yes.
trying to recall from memory, but
I saw that, but I couldn't verify it. But it was interesting. There were some interesting names there.
yeah.
So, yeah, let's see. It's one thing to speculate and another thing to be able to prove it. But I think the public, when they do start realizing the extent of who went there and who was involved in all of these shenanigans, are going to be literally shocked. And again, we were told the end's not for everybody.
Yeah, agreed. And I don't know. I'm not 100% certain on what way to really think about the Ghislaine stuff here at the moment. Just whether or not justice will be done or not, it's a matter of who is whom's handler, I think. And of course, if you understand the sordid history of the Maxwell family and what happened to Robert Maxwell, who he worked for, and the mysterious circumstances surrounding his death, obviously, it would stand to reason to me that they would probably want to try and keep as much of this under lock and key as possible.
I lived in the UK when Maxwell died, and there were very few people actually talk about the amount of money that he stole out of pension funds. You know, people seem to forget that. And also, when he died, he was buried in where
full state.
Full state funeral. You know,
yep.
for what's actually, in my opinion, just a common thief. Okay, albeit in massive amounts of money. But so those ties go back far and they go high into all the high places. So I think they're going to try and do their damnedest to actually keep a lot of it out of the news cycle. Hello, Sunny Days.
Hello.
Sunny Days in house.
I feel like breaking today, doing a marathon of shows. Oh my gosh.
There you go. Yeah, I'll bounce from one show to the next, fill in here, fill in there, plug the dike.
Oh. So did you guys talk about what happened in South Africa that was pretty, did you get some leaders voted in that you're probably not too happy with?
I think there were just more people selected. What is very interesting, though, it's the first time since we've had every single person in the country being allowed to vote that probably 70% of the voting population stayed away. It's very telling, and mostly because it's not the kind of thing that you would see in the US, for example. So as opposed to people going to switch parties, what you would find is the traditional voting base for the ruling party, in this case, the ANC, their voters would not go and look to cast their vote for another party. So when the best way they could actually show their displeasure is not to vote. Okay, because it's kind of a tribal thing where we're happy to be part of this party. However, when we're not happy with you, we just won't vote. So I was quite encouraged because that shows huge displeasure for their traditional voting base. But they've managed to do coalition deals with a number of smaller parties and effectively still if it was a court of law, they still hold the gavel, unfortunately.
Yeah. And I mean, if you look at what's playing out here stateside, you're seeing a number of various polls net deciding that, we're not going to run in 2022. And whether that be because of displeasure from the voting base or what have you, it's very telling, I suppose, and that you've got a number of Dems and Republicans, both sides of the aisle, that are just throwing a hat out and saying, we're done. And I don't know if it's a matter of them knowing what is going to play out, if their day is numbered per se, or what have you. But I don't know. I'm still not sold at this point that we should even consider moving forward with 2022 until 2020 is indeed resolved. Absolutely. And I guess to that end, we just saw Wendy Rogers net endorsed by Trump here in recent days as well, who has almost single-handedly led a campaign across this country to get various legislators involved with, voter integrity type issues net in all 50 states. So although encouraging, I would say we've definitely still got a ways to go.
Yeah, and notwithstanding the turmoil that they've cast, I mean, I've noticed the number of articles casting dispersions on Sidney Powell and even General Flynn. What is that? Is it just disinformation trying to make these people look bad? or is it some sort of truths that are coming out, Linwood, etc., etc.? Yeah, it's kind of almost like breaking up, or an attempt to at least break up the support base of President Trump in a way.
Yeah, I would wholeheartedly agree. And I think one of the articles I covered at the onset here today, apparently there's a book that just come out by one of the clown operatives, and that talking about that, they're trying to bust up the base. And I guess we'll have to see whether or not the base sticks to their guns, as it were. And we do indeed remake the GOP from the likes of the idiots like McConnell and these establishment Republicans or what have you, versus something that's more robust and more attack savvy, if you will, of getting things done where it needs to get done.
And well, especially Ronna, Mitt Romney's niece. She seems to be the one person we need to get rid of.
Yep.
I was going to say, like, even the Mike Lindell thing, I didn't feel like got as much. It didn't get talked about as much, even on the right. I mean, the left's not going to talk about it much, but even on the right, I didn't see very much about it over the Thanksgiving weekend, his whole marathon thing. It just kind of, to me, it fizzled. Yeah,
I'm not sure if he had all of his stuff together as well as he did when he had the cyber symposium and that here a few months ago. It almost seemed like they might have had some tech issues, or, I think one of the things that he was planning on doing was delivering this lawsuit to the Supreme Court. And I don't know if they necessarily have all their ducks in a row yet or what the deal is with that. But, he's still a bit of a dark horse, I would say, in terms of what may or may not play out, because I think that I don't know what the last count of all the AGs across the country are that are aboard this suit, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Is it like 37, maybe something along those lines? Maybe not that many.
Is it? Because I thought we came down to just one. I think that was out of a Brian Cates, his telegram. He comments on things, and maybe it's not accurate though either.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't keep tabs of it over Thanksgiving weekend to see how that all fared, but
I just felt like a lot of people didn't seem like they were watching it.
Yeah.
People just really didn't talk about it. Not like the cyber symposium.
Ready, Set, Go says I watched the entire Lindell weekend. So yeah,
Oh,
maybe there was some good to come out of it. I don't know. I didn't see much.
I hope so.
I know that he was definitely hyping it then on Bannon's show out of the War Room here just before Thanksgiving. But personally, I didn't see much come out by way of any articles stating good, bad, or indifferent, frankly.
But how much information would you like to get out prior to a court case?
That's true.
Doesn't that jeopardize your potential court case?
That's hard to say. His pre-written letters for all of us send to our state AGs. Yeah, I think I remember seeing something along those lines as well. But I mean, at the end of the day, he still serves as a bit of a dark horse net in the whole process and where this could all lead. But I'm just not sold after November 3rd, what we witnessed played out in the courts all across this country, that the courts are going to be any more fair or any less fair or do anything more than what we already witnessed them not do at this point. So I don't know. I guess count me in the skeptic side of things.
Yeah, I'm also, to put it mildly, cautiously optimistic only.
Yep.
Yeah.
On that happy note.
Yeah, Sonny is going to bring us all the sunshine you can possibly handle now that we've brought the momentum to a screeching halt.
Talk about not living up to expectations. Okay, guys.
No pressure.
I think I've just become a grumpy old man.
Well, we've been down the block a time or two, and we've seen all this stuff play out, not in a positive manner as we would have expected, but I think we also recognize just how far, deep, and wide this swamp reaches, and it is very deep. It's probably more so than Trump ever anticipated.
And there's so
And,
many, webs. It's such a spider web. It affects so many things across the world and institutions and everything.
and how they're all connected.
It's hard not to be a doomer. It really is.
Well,
one parting bit of information that was quite interesting. There was an article out of the blue in South Africa about all the mystery tunnels underneath the parliament. Okay. And yeah, so that was quite interesting. I remember reading this years ago, but suddenly they bring it to the fore again. I wonder why.
Yeah, what could possibly be coming out that would need to have some fresh eyeballs looking at it?
Exactly, and this was an article that I think, if I'm not mistaken, was either published in the early 90s or late 80s. So, and suddenly this comes and pops out in a newspaper in South Africa. Interesting, nonetheless.
Timing is everything.
Absolutely. Yeah. And
all right. Well, KB, appreciate
for being late, but nonetheless,
no worries. We muddled through as we always do. We'll be back here next week, folks, and appreciate you tuning in. And that being said, sunny days, it's going to bring all sorts of sunshine and cheer to us.
Quit saying that.
Come on, that's high expectations.
And here's pressure. My disclaimer. No.
Oh, geez.
All right. Anyway, let me.
God bless and have yourselves a really great weekend ahead.
All right. Take care. We'll see ya.
All right. Bye now.
Bye. Oops. Wrong screen there. Oops. I thought I picked the right one. Oh my goodness. Well, I thought I had this one, but I must not have. All right, double checking. You'd think I'd have this down by now.
Yeah, you would think. I mean, you only been doing this for the last 4 hours straight. Come on now.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Take it away.
I'm just going to do some Twitter posts. I still don't know if my videos work too well, but I've just been gathering some of the things that have been going on today. So I'll go through that and maybe we'll get to a video and try it out, see if it works. 24 minutes ago, Newsmax put out that breaking President Trump's new social media venture aims to raise up to $1 billion by selling shares to hedge funds and family offices at several times the valuation it commanded in a deal with a blank check acquisition firm in October, sources said. So that was out there. And I'm just bringing you tweets. So, tweets not always right. Sometimes they're wrong. Sometimes they don't have enough information in them too. That's true. That's, that can happen too. And let's see. I did see this. I believe this is from yesterday. President Trump put out these statements and he actually said that she should apologize. Let's see. Here it is. I don't want to do that. Just want your statement for now. Let's see, where was it? Boy, I believe it was yesterday. He was dropping a lot of these yesterday. Gosh, did it 11:30? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 on the 30th, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out today. So I have to go back a little bit because he's dropping so many statements. That is interesting too. He started dropping maybe a statement a day, and now he's been dropping lots of statements every day. All right, I'm not seeing it right off the bat, but he told her to apologize. So I thought that was kind of interesting. Let's see if I click that. I just skimmed through this a little bit. President Trump had harsh words for Rep. Ilhan Omar out of Minnesota, who came under fire by conservatives this week for sympathizing with terrorists. He said Congresswoman Ilhan Omar should apologize for marrying her brother, committing large-scale immigration and election fraud, and wishing death to Israel, and for essentially abandoning her former country, which doesn't even have a government. Exactly what she'd like to see for the United States. Eeks. Let's see. All righty. Oh, and this I just picked up. ABC News exclusive. The trigger wasn't pulled. I didn't pull the trigger, Alec Baldwin tells George Stephanopoulos in a first interview since fatally shooting on the set of Rust. So that's apparently on tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. I'm sure it will be out on social media after that. We'll try to play this little clip.
She was someone who worked with and liked by everyone who worked with and admired. I mean, even now, I find it hard to believe that. It just doesn't seem real to me.
You haven't said much in public since that tragic accident. Why speak out now? I think the big question, and the one you must have asked yourself 1,000 times, how could this have happened? You've described it as a 1 in a trillion shot, and the gun was in your hand. How do you come to terms with that? It wasn't in the script for the trigger to be pulled.
Well, the trigger wasn't pulled. I didn't pull the trigger.
No, how can that be? Someone pulled the trigger.
So you never pulled the trigger?
No. I would never point a gun at anyone and pull a trigger at them, never.
What did you think happened? How did a real bullet get on that set?
I have no idea.
What in the
Someone
world?
put a live bullet in a gun, a bullet that wasn't even supposed to be on the property.
How do you respond to actors like George
That's
Clooney
pretty
who say that every
bizarro.
time they were handed a gun, they checked it themselves? Your emotions are so
So he's saying he didn't pull the trigger?
clearly so right there on the surface. You felt shock, you felt anger, you felt sadness. Do you feel guilt? You said you're not a victim, but is this the worst thing that's ever happened to you?
Yes. Yeah. Because I think back, and I think of what could I have done.
Alec Baldwin, unscripted.
What could I have done? Like differently? Okay. Guess that'll be interesting to hear about tomorrow. So bizarre. The trigger wasn't pulled. I didn't pull the trigger. Interesting. Didn't see that one coming, guys. I didn't have that on my bingo card. Bizarro. So breaking 911 5 hours ago, Florida School Boards Association votes unanimously to leave the National School Board Association. That's kind of interesting. Lots of school boards have been leaving the National School Board Association. This Justice Sotomayor compares unborn babies to brain dead people reacting to stimuli. What kind of person do you have to be to believe that? To think that unborn babies are like brain dead people who are reacting to stimuli. That's very sad, very disturbing coming from our justice people. An insider paper. Let's peek at insider paper. They're usually pretty active with the news. 51 minutes ago, Fox News Channel easily outperformed CNN, MSNBC in November cable news ratings, Nielsen ratings data. I don't know if we can believe any of that, but okay. Breaking: Biden administration is delaying a deal to remove Trump-era tariffs on UK steel and aluminum because of Washington's concerns about London's threats to change post-Brexit trading rules in Northern England. Mark Meadows, who claimed Trump had COVID ahead or during presidential debate, retweeted Trump's denial. Says President Donald J. Trump, the story of me having COVID prior to or during the first debate is fake news. In fact, a test revealed that I did not have COVID prior to the debate. Very interesting. Mark Meadows just got done doing a interview with Stu Peters. It was supposed to be 8 minutes, but it ended up being like 40 minutes. And now I don't really latch on to any of these characters. So I don't know Stu Peters. Yes. Do I watch some of his videos or play some of them? Yes. I think he has some very interesting people on. And, but I don't know, I don't know where the truth is. But the info, he didn't believe that Mark Meadows was telling him the truth after the interview. He put that out on his Telegram. So I found that kind of interesting. I'm just kind of an info gatherer. I gather info and I kind of put it on the shelf or a box in my mind, and I just keep gathering and observing and watching, because I don't know what the truth is in a lot of this stuff. It's like KB was talking about with those characters. I don't know what the truth is. I mean, you hear this and you hear that. So let's see, insider paper. A boy charged in Michigan school shooting recorded video night before violence discussing killing students. Oh, it's so tragic and sad. Let's see. Trump's social media venture seeks $1 billion raise. We already see that. DWAC stocks jump. Stacey Abrams, I did see this today. Stacey Abrams, who lost to Kemp in 2018, is running for Georgia governor in 2022, which is interesting because someone said, did she ever concede? Did she ever stop running? I don't think she ever conceded, or she never stopped running, I guess. Justin, Facebook and Instagram lifted their ban on praising or supporting Kyle Rittenhouse and stopped blocking search results for his name. Oh, Facebook and Instagram, why were you blocking search results for his name? And why didn't you allow praising or supporting, since people similar to him are allowed on those social media sites, and just didn't fit your narrative, huh? Interesting. Emmanuel Macron calls Boris Johnson a clown and Britain a circus, French magazine. It seems like those two are still poking and punching at each other. Moderna could be sued over vaccines as court upholds patents, and that was out of Reuters. Well, I could see where I would hope that would be a good thing, if Moderna could be sued over vaccines. I might be thinking in a different capacity than how they're putting this out, though. I wish the people that had Moderna that got hurt from it, and people that and their loved ones that got lost or not lost but died, could sue them over the vaccines, but I don't think that's going to happen. And then the Women's Tennis Association has announced the immediate suspension of all tennis tournaments in China in light of the situation with Chinese tennis player Peng Shuai. Is that the player that went missing? I'm not sure. All right. An Oxford high school suspect is being charged with 1 count of terrorism causing death, 4 counts of first-degree murder, 7 counts of assault with intent to commit murder, and 12 counts of possession of fireworks in the commission of a felony. That's an interesting 12 counts of possession of firework in the commission of a felony. All right. Moving on. Oh, try to find something more joyful. Well, this is kind of, I don't know, I liked this. I'm not sure that it's accurate because there is not any sauce to it and I didn't have time to look it up. But this person, Lady Nancy, put out 1 hour after sunset on December 21st, 2021, the Star of Bethlehem will be visible in the sky for the first time in 800 years. March 4th, 2026 was the last time it was visible. 12/26 was the last time it was visible. That'd be beautiful to see the Star of Bethlehem. Let's try to play this video. So it was a breaking 911. Ducey, Biden. Well, I'll play it and see what happens.
A lot of talk and debate today, but at the second one, in 2020, when roughly 220,000 Americans had already died of COVID, Joe Biden said about Trump, anyone who is responsible for that many deaths should not remain as president of the United States of America. Is that still the standard now that more Americans have died under President Biden than President Trump?
Well, I think the fundamental...
What? More Americans have died under Biden than President Trump. That's,
Fundamental question here is, what are you doing to save lives and protect people? And the former president was suggesting people inject bleach. He apparently, reportedly, didn't even share with people he was going to interact with that he had tested positive for COVID himself.
Now, Peppermint Patty's not exactly telling the truth. He didn't tell people to inject themselves with bleach.
He continued to provide a forum for misinformation, which probably led to people not taking steps forward to protect themselves, to wear a mask, to eventually get vaccinated.
You know, because masks help so much, and the V's help so much. I like how she always, she turned it around right away. She doesn't, at least at this point, she hasn't answered the question. All she's done is blame Trump. That's their tool of trade that they do to try to, get to the program people.
This president has made the vaccine widely available. He's relied on the advice of his health and medical experts, and he is trying to be a part of solving this crisis, getting the pandemic under control. And
he has relied on his experts and his medical experts. We all know what that means. Let's see. I'm not sure what that one was. Let's see. Yeah, Benny put out, Ducey asked Fauci about testing requirements for people coming into the country and then asks, what about these border crossers? And Fauci replies, that's a different issue. Doesn't seem different to the American people. I don't know why he thinks it's a different issue. Bo Snerdley put out that Biden haters greet president in Minnesota with FJB and you suck signs. Oh, and I'd pull up New York Post, but I think it's behind a paywall. I'm not sure. I wonder if he even knew what they were, chanting. From what I understand, he told some doozies of some stories about some stories he sounded like he made up about driving again or something. I don't know. It's bonkers. And then Matt Couch put out there, this is absolutely ridiculous and laughable at this point. Fauci just said if they're unvaccinated and get it, they need to self-quarantine. But if you're vaccinated, did I say unvaccinated? But if you're vaccinated, you can still get it, but you don't have to quarantine and you can still spread it. And then Matt puts out, this is a clown show. Sure seems like it. Dr. Robert Malone put out, over 16,000 physicians and scientists have now signed the declaration, the Global COVID Summit Physicians Declaration. And then Julie Kelly put out, I do like Julie Kelly's posts, buckle up everyone, in just a few months, the entire narrative of January 6th will collapse amid the release of secret surveillance video, FBI interviews and documents, and the Fed's most bogus charge, obstruction of an official proceeding, You heard it here first. She does a good job of reporting on the January 6th stuff. Do you guys all, do any of you know about Bushcraft Bear and following him? Or not following him, but, watching his videos and stuff. He does a really good job. He's in La Palma, and he does a really good job of reporting, or I think he does, on the volcano. Look at these pictures. It's spewing again, big time. Oh, here's another picture. Anyway, he does like a morning and an evening, and he does some live feeds. I did peek in one day on his live feed, but it was flying by so fast. I don't know how in the world he manages to read anything off it, because it's usually the chat is flying by. I will drop that in chat in case anyone is interested. Oh, I'm sorry, chat. Oh, Diamond Deuce, you like him. And Ready, Set, Go, love Bushcraft Bear. Yeah, I think he does a really good job. And he takes us all over the island and stuff. And he also talks a lot about island life there and what it's like. I like that. He's very personable, easy to listen to. So it'll be, curious to see what happens with La Palma and the volcano. Let's see. Oh, so this is something that's going on. I'm not hearing a lot of people talking about it, but that Kim Potter trial is on. So Andy No put out on Tuesday night in Minneapolis at a BLM protest against the jury selection for the Kim Potter trial. She is the ex-cop who shot criminal Dante Wright, and the rioters swarmed and attacked a vehicle. They tried to open the doors to pull the driver out. I'm not going to show that, but this is happening right now, this Kim Potter trial. Jury selection. So I'm guessing that Minneapolis is going to be hotspot again. Mr. Potato Head put out Facebook and anti-COVID-19 disinformation and data spreading procedures. Account removal starting from December 1st, 2021 international protocols. All and any profiles denying COVID-19 experience. All and any profiles found promoting non-social distancing or wearing of masks and face coverings during national governmental advice periods. What do they call that? The Ministry of Truth? It's happening. And then this was just a person who had been vaccinated, I believe. My weekly pill box, that's Deborah Meyer. My weekly pill box, thanks to damaged heart 15 hours after the AZ shot. Heart surgery in September, unable to work, back to hospital Monday because of more heart pain. Don't tell me this isn't real. Because I think people are still getting a lot of flack for speaking out about what's happening to them with the shots, which probably are, I would think it'd be a lot of bots, but I'm sure there's some, at this point, there are some wicked people that comment and don't have a life, and all they can do is try to hurt others. Justice Sotomayor, I read that other thing before that she said, the post. Evidence of fetal pain is not proof of life. Look at this little baby. Oh my goodness. How can you, our justice, you think about what they think and what they say and how they vote. So she doesn't think fetal pain is a proof of life. Oh, what is it then? It's just bonkers. Anyway, Gal Shalev put out bombshell. As ordered by the courts, this is a good thing, I think. As ordered by the courts, the FDA must release the data it's EUA for the Pfizer shot. The FDA requested the courts to keep this information confidential for no less than 55 years. And the court returned with an order to release 500 documents a month, which I found interesting. And there were several posts about how, why do they want to, save it for 55 years. We're not even supposed to be here by then. You know, don't they believe in global warming? Ha ha ha. This was a yay. This Mary Tally Bowden, MD, I started following her after I saw a video about, I believe she got fired from the hospital she was working at with her patients because she was helping them. And there goes my flickering screen again. I don't know what that is. Anyway, she was helping them. So, yep, they gave her the boot because she's the doctor that actually helps people. So better by the day. Thank you, Dr. Verone, for treating him with Math Plus protocol. He's using an incentive spirometer to expand his lungs. Easy and inexpensive, and they sell on Amazon. And that's actually, I didn't have this one, but I did have a couple. One where you blow it, and the other one where, I'll be careful with what I say. You use the tube, and then your air lifts the little plastic balls to the top. And you could tell, I could tell I was getting better because I could do it in less breaths, and I could lift the balls right away to the top on the first breath. So that was good. They weren't that much, and I think it did help my breathing get back to where it needed to be. But that's for you to figure out. I'm not a doctor. So breaking, Malaysia Airplanes MH196 aircraft makes emergency landing in Dhaka airport following a bomb threat on board. Moving on. Oh, Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker won't seek a third term. That got out. I had never heard of this gal until yesterday. She was on a show on PSB, the Common Sense Show, and her name is Taylor McRae. She kind of does videos like, Alex Lane's and The Savvy Truth. Sweet little gal. It was nice to have a younger person talking about all these things that are affecting us right now. And she's very confident in newer stuff. Let's see, Thomas Massey put this out. A federal judge will hear oral arguments in Massey versus Pelosi on December 2nd. So that's tomorrow. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene and Representative Ralph Norman are co-litigants in this landmark case. How many of you heard about this landmark case? I had not until I came across it. Among other claims, we contend Speaker Pelosi violated the Constitution when she reduced our salaries as punishment for us not wearing masks. So, yeah, Speaker Pelosi seems like she hands out punishments for certain people and not others, but hey, that's me. It's just my opinion. I hope this will play. Wait for it. Did you see that? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I hope he was okay. I know they're like trained for that, but he really got some air. Holy moly. And then I found this interesting. I barely made it through, but I actually did make it through. I'm going to go ahead and play it. It says, can you do it? So breathe in, A, and then hold your breath to B, and then breathe out. If you can hold your breath from point A to B, then you are in the safe zone, supposedly. I don't know if this is accurate or not. And oxygen level. Oh, Pooit. Oh, I'm sorry, it blinked out. Let me try it again. If any of you are doing it, hold it, hold your breath, hold it, hold it, hold it. If you can comfortably hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. You can do it, hold it, hold it, hold it. I was straining, but I did hold my breath that long. It was kind of amazing. So, hey, it was a goal. Let's see. Cicero Consultancy put out, in the real world, the police station is attacked and torched by Antifa. The hospital is staffed by dancing doctors and nurses, and the warehouse and grocery store are being looted. This was Christmas at the White House. The Bidens turned the gingerbread White House into a village this year, honoring frontline workers who helped during the pandemic. A gingerbread warehouse, a school, a grocery store, a post office, a fire, police, and gas stations, and a hospital were added. I also saw someone mark up this meme and put different things on the different buildings, pretty much similar to what this person listed up here. I'll skip that. I hope this is my next governor of Minnesota, Scott Jensen. Let's see. It's really simple, folks. Spike Cohen put this out. It's really simple, folks. In order to stop this new variant, we have to do the things that we've already failed against the old variants, but we must do it even harder this time, so even more people suffer as it fails again. If that makes no sense to you, then you're a bad person. Okay, that was a lot of satire. Not true, you're not a bad person. It's just this crazy thing that people believe in, going round and round. Oh, let's see. I don't know where this was from. Sometimes I just save stuff and then I go back to look and see what the heck I saved. This was pretty cool. It's a ride on a suspended railway in Wuppertal, Germany, supposedly from 1902. I do not know, but I thought it was cool. I'm not sure that was finished. I think it dropped. Oh, my stinking videos. Anyways, I thought that was neat, but I don't know if it's real. That's the thing. Diamond Deuce, are you still out there? You asked what it was called. I'm wondering if you're talking about the spirometer, the breathing thingy. I think that's what it's called. You can buy them where you're doing an inhaling exercise for breathing and you're doing a blowing exercise for breathing. I don't know if they have a 2-in-1 machine or not. I had two separate things that I was using. Someone put this out. Police are appealing for information about this man who was not wearing a mask in the supermarket. And this guy's got a gun. Oh, the memers. Twitter's going to be rough on you in the future, memers. Oh, I just thought this was pretty. One of those things. So I found that train thing kind of relaxing. And I liked this too, because nature's so beautiful and majestic. I don't think there's any sound to it, but isn't that pretty? The peacock's doing its dance. I don't know if they do that when they're being aggressive or if they're mating, when they do that when they're mating. It's so pretty though. Beautiful. we actually had a little zoo around the town I grew up in where they had peacocks and you could actually see them. That's the only time I've ever seen one up close. I thought this one was kind of cool too.
Can't touch this. Can't touch this.
He's the boss. That is so cool. I don't know if I could even do that without falling on my head. So this Lena Bella Lou put it out, and that was the day Billy found out his grandpa was a swinger. Grandpa was a swinger. Oh my goodness, Grandpa. I'm gonna skip that. This is just agitating. Let's see. What kind of forest? Oh, this was, I think that was out in California. I didn't have a chance to really look that one over too much either. I'm not sure what that one was. Oh, I know. Oh yeah, I'm going to skip that too. Even Grinnell put this out. Even some in Hollywood are sick and tired of woke leaders and their hypocrisy. I don't think there's any sound to this, but they put these posters up on the windows of these stores. And whoever was filming it thought this was something to record, which is kind of funny. Don Lemon. Yep, somebody at that store is awakened, you might say. Kitson, Los Angeles. Rules for thee, but not for me, people of the year. Kitson. Oh, there's a little bit of sound now. Oh my goodness, this video stuff is bonkers. I've done so much. I updated my drivers. I've cleaned off a bunch of, stuff, memory or whatever. I don't know what it is. I've switched out my monitors. I don't know. I did my Zoom update and it's still doing it. I think I'm going to have to switch to my desktop or something. I wonder if it happened after a Windows update. Oh boy. Okay. So moving on. Let's see. There are people with master's degrees that fell for this pandemic charade, and there are high school dropouts that can see through all the deception of the media. That's why being smart isn't measured solely on being educated by colleges. There are a lot of educated fools. True intelligence is about being conscious of the world around you and knowing how to navigate within it. All right, I'm going to try to play this. If it drops, I'm going to play it again.
Hey, boss.
I'm trying to get something to eat, sir.
You want something to eat? Okay, look. So somebody left this for you right here.
Really?
That's for you. Come here. Come take it, bro. That's yours right there. And let me give you some money here. This is for you right there. This is for me, okay?
Sure.
Here, keep it. Take it first. God bless you, all right? Take it. You want anything else?
No, sir. No. My goodness, God bless y'all.
Enjoy, brother.
We need stories like that during this time. That was heartwarming. And then the first time in history, I think this is an older video. I've probably showed it before, but the first time in history, one of those shields actually protected someone. Let's see, it goes pretty fast and I don't know why I can't click it. That's kind of weird. Why is it? Oh, it's a GIF. Oh, the other one I think was a video. So the pop falls and acts like a rocket, hits the plexiglass. Huh. All right, moving on. Oh, I had some good videos too. I don't have to switch to my desktop. Spooky J put this out. Somebody might want to tell the DTAP package insert that vaccines aren't supposed to cause autism. Down in this little print, adverse events reported during post-approval, autism. Remember how they said vaccines don't cause autism? Yeah. I thought this was funny, this meme. If we divide 123 genders by white supremacy, how much climate change do we have? Anyone? Let's see. That's kind of interesting, but some other day. This is 30 seconds. Maybe I can get away with this one. Teamwork, bees opening cap with the mind of physics. And I don't think there's any sound. Isn't that wild how bees and ants work together to get something done? Somehow they communicate to each other to work as a team, and it must be a honey jar, and they're working together to get the cap off. Oh, and my video crapped out. Oh, that's disturbing and annoying. Sorry, people. Tech issues are really annoying when you watch this kind of stuff. But like I said, I'm just not really sure what to do about it other than go to my desktop. Let's see. This was from November 14th, according to what I found last night. It's depression, weed, food, lack of flu shots, high cholesterol during pregnancy, pollution, climate change, lack of sex, mental stress, women having two roles, anxiety, anything but the V's that's causing increase in heart issues. Now look at all those articles she found too. That they were putting out to try to hide that the V's are causing heart issues. All righty. Are you here, Pixels? Oh, maybe he's not here yet. All righty. Nope, I'm by myself. Breaking, are the guys coming in tonight? No breaking. Now that's really cool with the bees. I thought it was cool with the bees too. Please play Grandpa again. I can do that again. You want the peacock one again? I can do that while I'm waiting for the guys. If the guys are coming, I'm not sure. Let's see. I'll play the bees. And hopefully my video doesn't drop. Gosh, I wonder, they must communicate somehow to work together, and it's almost like they're calling others too. That's pretty wild that they're that intelligent that they can get the cap off to get to the honey. Yay, my video didn't drop that time. All right, let's do this other one. Grandpa on the swing. Let's see. Sorry, I'm making you dizzy. There.
Can't touch this. Can't touch this.
I love how when he caught himself and he kind of, it looked like almost like he strutted a little bit away. That's funny. Oh, cool. That's when Billy found out Grandpa was a swinger. I'm never alone. Thank you, Biblical Smackdown. That's true. I do truly believe that I'm never alone. I have been feeling kind of doomy lately. I think it's hard not to. I think that's part of reality, that, there are some really dark things going on. But it's, you don't stay there. You have hope and, your beliefs. And for me, that's the Bible. And you just keep going on. Here's a couple of short videos. This one's only 15 seconds.
Cause you had a bad day, you take it one down, sing a sad song just to turn it around.
Sorry I'm late. Got it right here. I read the file on the way over. Before we get into a clinical diagnosis, I think it's important that Dr. Hafer and I show you a few images. Go ahead. Patriotism is racism. How does this make you feel? Sexism. Corporate greed. It's a bird. It's a bird. Fucking Peter. It's absurd. Everything's gonna be just okay. Come on! Easy, easy, easy. Here, hold on. Breaths.
This will guarantee 100% prognosis. This is the most difficult card you're going to see.
Breathe in. Oh, that was bad. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. That's kind of ugly. All right, I'm still by myself. I do not know if the guys are coming in tonight. Let's see. Biblical Best Smackdown. The bees do a dance in the hive of to tell each other where the, let's see. And he says, Sunny Days, haven't you seen the documentary on how bees tell each other where the honey is? No, I don't think I have. I've seen other things with bees though. That one where they're all buzzing in the hive and it makes some cool, almost like a seashell when you hold a seashell up to your ear, the kind of noise. And then Diamond Dew said it creeps in on us from time to time when it does rest in the arms of our Lord. Pray up and hit it again later. I agree. Yes. Well, I'm not quite sure what to do. I don't know. Maybe the guys weren't coming on tonight. I don't know how to end the live stream. Breaking. I don't see breaking in here. All right, let me send him a message. I'm going to just kind of keep talking, I guess. And let's see. You're going to hear me typing because I'm going to send him a message. I'm done. Are the guys coming? Where the honey is, where the flowers can be found. And well, some people have seen saying that they aren't seeing bees, but I saw a lot of bees this last summer. We have like a alfalfa hayfield, and yeah, there were a lot of clover and blooms and bees and butterflies. Is somebody with me now? Hello?
I am here. What's going on?
Oh, hi, Pixels.
Hello.
I wasn't sure if you guys were coming tonight.
Yeah, sorry I'm late.
Oh, that's okay.
Not
No
a
worries.
long story, so I guess I could tell it if you want me to.
Sure.
I found a dog. A dog just turned up. So had to watch over it, and we had animal control come, and hopefully they can. I'm hoping the dog has a microchip or something so they can find the family. But total.
Right. What kind of dog was it?
I don't know what kind of dog it is, but here's a picture of it. Beautiful dog.
Was he sweet? Oh, he's a hunting dog.
Yeah, she was a total sweetheart and very well trained too. Knew all the tricks and everything. So obviously it's somebody's dog.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It is a beautiful dog, but there's no collar or anything, so I didn't have a number to call and couldn't really figure out what to do. We called the neighbors and stuff. It's none of their dogs, so we had animal control come, and hopefully they'll find their family. But if not, I think my sister might be interested in adopting. So.
Oh, okay, yeah, because you never know how far they've traveled or anything, you know.
Yep.
Interesting. Are you? Is Adel coming?
Yeah, hold on. He just texted me 2 times. Actually.
Okay.
He says he's going to be late too, so he's wrapping up, but I think it's going to be a few minutes late here. Wisconsin out there says Pixels robbed us of the final beard day. I guess maybe I should have kept it on because I missed my show.
You had a beard
yesterday. I did. I had a beard. I totally did.
Awesome. I don't think I've seen you in a beard.
Not awesome. I don't enjoy having a beard on my face. I'll put it that way. It's not my forte.
Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, how are you doing?
Good. Hey, Pinata. Pinata's out there. Hello.
Hello.
My videos are still dropping, Pixels. I've updated my computer. I've gotten rid of, cleared my caches. I updated my drivers. I don't know what it is. And it only seems to happen on Twitter with clips. So maybe it is the browser. I think someone suggested maybe it was the browser. That really sucks.
Is it when you watch the clips on Twitter anytime, or is it only when you're trying to share them on Zoom?
I think, now that you say that, I think it mostly does it on Zoom, but I have seen my computer blink and kind of it does a really quick blink and kind of resets itself. Which is interesting because I was talking to my husband and I go, gosh, why did I get rid of my last laptop? And he said, because it blinked and I'm like, oh, different laptop, different company. So I don't know. Maybe using my desktop will help.
Yeah, I guess you could always try that. Not my president out there says he had a shadow of some sorts. Beard? ? Well, I don't know. I could grab the hairs and pull on my face with it, so I consider it a beard at that point. When you can grab the hairs, they were that long at least. I don't know, but I don't know. It'll be back next year, guys. I'll do the November thing again next year.
I was wondering if it was that. Is it the November shave or whatever it's called, or no shave?
Yeah, no shave November. The reason I did it is because I've never been able to have enough self-discipline to actually go through with it. So I had to force myself to just do it this year, just so I know that I can.
You made the goal. That should feel good. Awesome. You made the goal.
I did make the goal. I did indeed.
I made a goal, but I forgot what it was.
Sounds like my life. Story of my life. So what's going on out there? Is anything breaking? I think I did see.
Yeah.
What was I seeing?
Let's see. Charlie Baker's not going to run again.
Who the hell is Charlie Baker?
He is. Let's see. Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker won't seek a third term. Our governor can only have 2 terms, so I'm not sure why Charlie's seeking, but maybe it's state to state. Hey, did you see the FDA must release the data it's based its EUA for the Pfizer shot on? The FDA requested the courts to keep the information confidential for no less than 55 years. And the court... Oh, go ahead.
I remember covering that story, and it sent me into a massive rant, because it's like, if they were allowed to keep that under wraps for 55 years, I'd be 80 years old by the time any of us would learn it.
Plus, supposed global climate, why are they thinking that we're going to be around for 55 years? That's not what they keep selling us.
Well, it's a good point. Maybe what they meant is that only after the humankind is extinct can they can they release the information.
So the court returned an order and said they to release 500 documents a month.
Wow.
Oh,
we do have. Here's Adel. Actually, what's going on, Adel?
I'm so sorry, guys, for being a little bit late. It's
okay.
It's one of those days.
I was late too.
You're all late.
A dog. So it wasn't the beagle this time. It was a dog. It looked like a lab, and it was brown, but it had white speckles all over its body. Just turned up, no collar, No idea whose dog this is. We called all our neighbors, couldn't find the owner, so we ended up I had to sit with this dog in the barn for a while because the damn thing was freezing. And we had animal control come and pick her up, and hopefully they will find her family. But that's why I was late.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So the dog's okay?
Yeah, the dog's fine. Check it out too. I got a picture of it. Beautiful dog.
I'm going to jump out of your show because you only got about 45 minutes. Well, unless you go over, but
yeah.
All right.
Sure,
You
we'll
guys
have a
enjoy your
fun
show.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sunny Days.
Yep. Bye.
See ya.
So yeah, there's the dog.
Aw.
Yeah. Total sweetheart and really well trained. So obviously it's somebody's dog. It must have just got out or whatever. I don't know, but yeah, that's what I've been doing the past 2 hours is babysitting this dog.
Nice.
Yeah. So what's going on out there, Adel? Did you you just got off the show? What was like the number one piece that you had on there today?
Well, I mean, the number one thing is obviously this Roe versus Wade potentially being overturned in the Supreme Court, oral arguments being held today. And that's I think the biggest story you could talk about right now.
Could you imagine how defeated the left would feel having the presidency and control over Congress, and then that's when the Roe versus Wade gets struck down? Can you imagine that?
Well, it's and that's kind of the beauty of the way our system works is the judiciary gives a president kind of a way to have a lasting effect beyond his tenure in the White House, right? You get to appoint judges to the highest bench, lifetime appointments that'll, have a tenure much longer than yours in government. So yeah, it's you see the Trump administration paying dividends beyond him being in office, right? And they're helpless to stop this, which is, I think, beyond the obvious conversation here of the country, the republic kind of regaining its soul, its moral high ground a little bit by removing home of the abortion mill, the legal and celebrated abortion mill from the country's marquee. As I've been saying, I think that's really important, but also it shows the power of local and the local and state government. It really kind of gives people an idea of really how inconsequential the federal government could be if we reclaimed our power on a local and state level, right? And this is a small example. You have one state expressing its authority, its rights, and challenging a horrible decision in the court. And doesn't matter how many members of Congress or the presidency that they have, it doesn't, you know what I mean? So it is an interesting dynamic. And I think it's a turning point in our country's history. It's a terrible, terrible thing that we ever had, a legal precedent that, aborting the unborn is something that we should be, allowed to do with impunity, let alone celebrated as if it's some kind of accomplishment or, it's so backward, man. I'm thrilled that we're having this conversation and that hopefully coming to an end of a very demonic era in our republic. You're on mute.
Of course I'm on mute. I hope so too, Adel. And I think that you're spot on what you're saying here. Essentially, what would happen if the ruling goes the way that we'd like it to, that would essentially mean that the decision gets kicked back to all the states, right?
Right.
And the legislatures of those states would be free to legislate how they please when it comes to abortion, and I think that's the right way to go about it. If California wants to be demonic, let them keep that demonic crap over there. And if Texas wants to be non-demonic, well then, let them be non-demonic.
And I think you can't even at that point be. This is one of those things that I think is really important that we don't get complacent on. Even if the Supreme Court rules, it's a states' rights thing. As the pro-life movement, I'm still pushing on this. This is one of those things. So like I was saying, there's 3 laws that I'd love to see nationwide All right, sure. You can have legal abortions in your state, states' rights, fine. No one, if that's your law that they can't be denied, I think there needs to be a few prerequisites to abortion that should be a federal law. And tell me if you agree with these. First one is, before getting an abortion, you should have to get some kind of ultrasound or sonogram, or you should have to see it. You should have to see the living being inside your body. You shouldn't be able to just blindly terminate a life without at least acknowledging its existence.
Yep.
Second is, the clinic should have a legal obligation to fully educate and make you aware of all other alternatives to the procedure. Adoption, foster care. I know those systems are imperfect in themselves, right? But at least there is a chance of...
They should at least be put on the table as options.
Yeah. Third, and I think this one is honestly maybe the most important of all of them, is on top of that, there should be a mandatory waiting period. I would like to see a week, but minimum 2 days between when you go in for your initial consultation and when you have the procedure actually performed. You should see it, understand all your options, and then be forced to take at least a few days to reflect and decide if it's something you really want to go through with. And I think that right there would have a tremendous impact on how people approach these situations. A huge impact. Now, I would love to see a total ban. I don't want anyone to get me wrong. I would love to see 100% total ban across the board. But as I said on my show earlier, you're not going to go from celebrating it as it's some kind of amazing human accomplishment as a country to a total ban with one court ruling. This is going to be a constant battle to shift the Overton window back to a place of some kind of moral substance, because right now we seriously lack it. So that's my take on the whole thing.
Yeah, and I think the top-down view of the situation is, this doesn't necessarily make abortions illegal in our country or anywhere. It simply removes the barricade or the barrier or the obstacle of the federal government. Yes. When a state wants to enact abortion laws that restrict abortions or outlaw them, the federal government currently stands in their way because of Roe versus Wade. So currently there's a challenge against it. If it goes the way we'd like it to, that obstacle will be removed and states will be allowed to do whatever the hell they want. And I think at that point, you're right. At that point, we will have to shift from pressuring and hoping for a change in the federal system, and then we'll shift over to hoping for a change in each state, and then it would be up to it would become a similar fight to election integrity, right? That's a state issue. So it would become a state issue at that point, and we'd have to have people push their legislators in their respective states on the abortion issue, just like we're having like we're asking people to push on the election integrity issue.
Yep.
That's the way I see the situation.
No, I think that's a great analogous view right there. Election integrity, abortion law. It really should be at the most local level, state level at the very least, for sure. And I think that's where it's going. I think that the American people right now are witnessing the downfalls of centralized power in a big way, and I think we're going to see a shift in the way people, view their relationship with government here with all this stuff going on. And Roe versus Wade, or the potential overturning of Roe versus Wade, is a big step forward in that. I wanted to show you something with this, though. Were you paying attention to the arguments at all?
I didn't get a chance to listen to any of it, no. But
all right, so one of the Solicitor General that's arguing for the pro-choice movement Jonathan Turley's covering this, and apparently they said it's not enough that a case was wrongly decided to overturn it. That was actually said in the courtroom today in an attempt to argue against overturning Roe versus Wade. That if a case is wrongly decided, that in itself is not reason enough to overturn it. I can't think of a better reason to overturn a case than it being wrongly decided. Homesteader and Pinata then kind of explained why they would make that argument, and it has to do with arguing legal precedence versus constitutionality, into which I'm stunned, or maybe I shouldn't be stunned, because I've been living in this country for 30 plus years, but when you read the Constitution, the job of the Supreme Court, Pixels, is to interpret the Constitution as written.
Yep.
I don't see a damn word in there about interpreting legal precedents.
Right.
So you're telling me what how a judge interpreted the Constitution before you has more weight in your decision making than how the Constitution is actually written by the founding fathers? See, that to me is a fundamentally broken aspect of how they're looking at things right now.
I'm sick and tired of these people screaming precedent, precedent, precedent. It seems like every time we want to do something, that's what they scream, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's no precedent for that. It's like, it does not matter if there's no precedent for that. There have been, and by the way, there have been plenty of times in our nation's history when bad court decisions were overturned and precedent was overturned.
Yes.
This would not be the first time it's ever happened. It's actually fairly commonplace. So when people scream precedent, 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 it's because they don't have any other argument.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Let me see. I don't have much else on the the Supreme Court case today. I think it's the biggest story going, but I've said pretty much all I want to say about it. I don't know if you have any other thoughts, but
Did you hear what the one justice said? That was absolutely disgusting. Let me see if I can pull it up here. I know I've got it in my show prep from today. She said, where the hell is it? I know I have it. One sec. Ah, yeah, I've got it on Breitbart here. So Kagan, Justice Kagan, said that abortion is part of the fabric of women's existence in this country. That's what she had to say.
That's stunning.
It's completely and totally backwards, because I thought that part of the fabric of women's existence, not only in this country, but in the world, and the whole history of humankind, is to nurture children, not murder them. And I was saying on my show today, it's like we're living in a morally backwards world.
Yes.
For a Supreme Court justice to be able to say that murdering your own offspring is part of the fabric of women's existence in this country. Where the hell, how did we get here?
100 years of infiltration by Marxist ideologues and positions of power. I mean, honestly, that's what this is. It's total Marxism. It's a subversion. It's a subversion of every basic value we all hold dear. Is what this is.
It just blows my mind that it can get that bad.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is
like
why
ending unborn human lives is a virtue to these people.
Well, and this is a large part of our government that thinks this way, right? So, I mean, think of it from a karmic standpoint, right? If your government of the people and by the people has this mindset, especially, representation in the highest court of your land that has this mindset, if you believe in karma at all, what kind of karma do you expect coming back to the United States as it unceremoniously murders, what is it, tens or hundreds of millions of unborn babies every year, and then celebrates it as if it's some kind of virtuous behavior that we should all feel so, blessed to have permission to do, or the right, as they say, to do. We deserve Joe Biden. like we deserve exactly what we get, is, well, that's the status quo. So I don't know. It doesn't surprise. I mean, it is surprising, I guess, that our moral compass could be so badly corrupted to get to this point. But I mean, look around, dude. It's a society in decay.
So democracy, right? The idea of democracy is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, right? But what you're explaining here is that has a tendency to go pretty damn sideways when the people are stupid and immoral.
No, it has a tendency to go sideways when the people are lazy and uninformed, I guess.
Lazy and uninformed? Well, here's this guy put
maybe not lazy, but uninformed,
This guy, This guy puts it in just his delivery of this is fantastic. I'm not sure if I've ever shown you this, but listen.
Because democracy basically means government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
So I think I don't know that when you started talking about that, it just came up in my head and I had to play it. I mean, it's just because like we as an American society, we allowed that to become a thing, to become commonplace. We allowed that, whether it's from stupidity or immorality or being completely and totally uninformed and lazy. And not being vigilant, or a mix of all of those things. We as a society allowed all of this to happen, including abortion, including the Biden regime. If we spent the entire 4 years of President Trump's presidency cleaning up the voter rolls and tidying up election laws, and we somehow stopped them from using COVID as an excuse to ignore the existing election laws, we would not be here right now. But we've got a populace here that is not only uninformed, but completely uninterested in being a part of the process, other than going to the voter booth, right? That's it.
Yeah.
So what do you get when you've got this tiny group of people at the top, the federal government, right? And then in each state, the state governments, this tiny group of people in those states at the top, controlling everything, with the masses completely uninterested in even suggesting a different way of doing things. We've let these people run amok.
Yeah, uninterested and unaware of, like, just completely, like, almost blissfully unaware of how badly not necessarily their will, because I don't know if they're willfully resisting or anything, but how much their morals are being subverted by those who represent them. That's what I think is,
there's certainly a lot of that going around too.
Yeah. So
anyway, on the abortion issue, I really hope that the Supreme Court goes in the way that we both like them to. However, I don't know. I just don't have confidence in the Supreme Court. Not when you've got Amy Coney Barrett and Brett Kavanaugh shaking in their boots over what MSNBC might say about them. You know what I mean? Like, you're already seeing that Kavanaugh's like, oh, well, the Supreme Court should remain neutral in this situation and just pass it off to the states. It's like, that's what we're asking you to do.
Well, I think that's what's scary. I think that's been the sentiment of all of the conservative justices. Is it should be...
Except for Clarence Thomas, who's very hardline on this issue.
Well, he still thinks it should be a states' rights issue.
Yeah.
You know, so I would say they're all on the same page, minus Roberts, if you even want to consider him a states or consider him a conservative
Roberts
justice
is not a
at this point.
conservative.
Yeah. So I mean, you have a 5-4, you have a 5-4 conservative majority. Although really, you really have a 4-3 conservative, or a 4-3 liberal majority with two swing votes that lean slightly right with Barrett and Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
At least to this point, that's what it feels like. So
They
everything
never
feels
swing right on any issue
possible,
that
but nothing
matters.
feels for sure. What's that?
I said they never swing right on any issue that matters. Have you noticed that?
They punted on the election, which they clearly did not want to take on the heat from that, whether they were already being pressured or just did not want, with 3 basically rookie justices on the bench, all put there by the guy, who's challenging the election. I'll give as fucked up as it is, because it's such an important thing, I'll almost give a pass on that for a second. The other issue that what Barrett has disappointed us on has been vaccine mandates and stepping in to stop vaccine mandates, which is very disappointing. Now, it'll be interesting to see, now that you have challenges in lower courts and rulings in lower courts stopping these as they get appealed and reappealed up the ladder, and they hit the Supreme Court, which, let's not kid ourselves, this is exactly where these mandate arguments are going. Will they hear the arguments at that point? Because so far she's refused to even entertain anything. Now, that could just mean that the arguments made she didn't feel were good enough to set a good precedent, or that she's waiting for something better to come along, or it's a timing issue, or she's not the freedom loving conservative that we thought she was altogether. I don't know. I think it's a little early to tell. As frustrated as I've been, and as many things as I've said, I mean, hell, I called Barrett the C word many times on my show. So as frustrated as we all get with her, I think, her tenure is still very young, and she could do a lot of good for this country in the long run. But she's coming in as a younger new justice at a very hyper divided, hyper polarized moment in our country, where tensions are high and the stakes are even higher. And who knows? She's a human being. She's not immune to those pressures and that environment. So I'm willing to give her an opportunity to do some good things beyond this crazy period that we're in right now. But her leash is short with me, as far as, really, really short with me, as far as like what I expect of her.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. So let's go ahead and move on to another topic here. We got some breaking news coming out of Wisconsin. Have you seen this Gableman audit thing, election probe coming out of Wisconsin today that just came out around 4:00, I think?
No, I have not. I was live when that happened. So I had no chance to see it.
Well, I got a short clip here. It's only about a minute long. I'm not sure if there's anything all that important in it, but what the hell? Let's try it out and see what's going on with this.
At the state capitol this week, former Justice Michael Gableman provided an initial report to legislators on his investigation into the 2020 election. His report did not present any conclusions, but laid out some issues he sees with the Wisconsin Elections Commission.
In short, the majority of our fellow citizens have expressed a variety of thoughtful and meaningful concerns about the fairness, honesty, and transparency of our elections, and furthermore seek understanding and truth, as well as accountability from those entrusted with the administration of those elections. The interim report I delivered to Speaker Voss earlier today is an important first step along that journey.
I think you, quite frankly, are one of the people that is undermining voter credibility in our elections and doing damage to our democracy.
So I watch.
Republicans initially said Gableman's investigation would wrap up by the end of the year, but he did not provide any update on the timeline when asked.
That's like some typical PBS reporting there, giving you absolutely nothing plus a Democrat
Absolutely no
soundbite.
information. Nope.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm gonna try and find more on this. I don't know how much reporting there is. I'm sure Gateway Pundit's gonna jump all over it in lickety split time, but for now, I'm not seeing anything extra about it. They did identify the Michigan shooter of yesterday, though. Did you see that?
I saw it, but I didn't really get a good look at anything about it. Like I saw they identified him. Is it someone that we're going to be talking about for 3 weeks, or was he not white?
He's white.
Oh, so this will be was he? God forbid, was he using an AR-15?
No, he was using a 9mm Sig Sauer.
Wrong kind of gun. It'll be gone, and it was the right
I
color.
don't know.
Kit.
Since he's white, they might use it to push gun control, and they'll have a little bit of a white supremacy stint with it. I'm sure on some of the media, on some of the media. But I don't know. I think maybe you're onto something there. I mean. The whole thing. Look, this is not even that far from where I used to where I grew up, and a stone's toss from where I used to work. So this kind of hit home. My mother's boss has a patient who is one of the girls who was killed at the school. So it's she obviously took today off, and yeah, so that
it's close to home.
It is. It's close to home, and had family calling me about it because they know that I do news and stuff yesterday. But yeah, it's just a tragic situation. But he has been identified as 15-year-old Ethan Crumbly. He's not participating with the police at all, and he's being charged with an assload of crimes, terrorism included, actually. So, and they're going to be trying him as an adult.
Well, he's white, so naturally it's got to be terrorism.
Sure. Yeah. Yep. So so there's your update on that. What else is going on out there? I did have a whole show prep full of stuff earlier today, but I'm sure you already went through a lot of that stuff. What else did you have gathered for your show today, Adel?
Well, Chris Cuomo is out at out at CNN. This was kind of funny as they're announcing this on CNN. Anderson Cooper is sitting next to none other than Lubin Jeffrey Toobin. So talking about the suspension of Chris Cuomo is Andrew Cooper, and the man who was also suspended indefinitely from CNN for, in case you missed it, jerking off on a Zoom call in front of coworkers.
So wait, why is he back? Why is he back on air? I thought indefinitely means forever.
Indefinitely means not forever, but it just it's indefinitely means there's no end in sight. That can change. They could say,
until further notice.
Until further notice, yeah. So, so Toobin, I guess, I don't know if you saw like his first day back, and it was basically a public humiliation ritual. They had the woman bringing him back on, and they basically reopened the wound, and he had to come and say, "Oh, that was really dumb of me," and blah blah blah. I'm in therapy and this and that. I mean, it was cringy as all hell.
You make him go to jerk off therapy.
Well, that's just the thing too, right? Like he starts by telling this story like he didn't know his camera was on, and it was just a stupid personal moment, unfortunately caught on tape. He goes through that, and then he goes on to say, I'm working on becoming a better person. I'm in counseling, and it's like, well, wait a minute. If it was just an accident, then what are you in counseling for? What do you mean become a better person? Just like learning how to operate a webcam in a Zoom meeting? Because like that I guess that's making yourself a better person, unless he's one of these sick fucks that can't get off unless he's exposing himself to some unsuspecting victim, and I don't know, thought that he could somehow get away with this, or I don't know, but even in that moment when he was talking about it after coming back, like he contradicted himself, go figure, within 2 minutes of being on air. And that just shows you CNN though, they're so desperate to get anybody that can come on there and spin their bullshit that they'll bring back an absolute national embarrassment, Jeffrey Toobin, who is caught jerking it in front of coworkers on a Zoom meeting. I mean, unbelievable. So anyway, that I thought that was pretty hysterical, and had some fun with that earlier.
Right on. You want to see something else hysterical?
Yes, always.
Oh my God, get ready for this one. I'm not sure if you've seen this yet. Alec Baldwin says, "I didn't pull the trigger" on the shot that killed the cinematographer and wounded one other. So his story now is that, yes, the gun was in his hand, but he didn't pull the trigger. He has no idea how the weapon was discharged. I thought the Biden regime was really good at believing the stupidity of believing that the American people are insanely stupid, but I feel like Alec Baldwin's giving them a run for their money here.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw me just exhale that. Don't worry, I didn't inhale. You know, that's the same thing, right? Yeah. Don't worry, I didn't inhale, guys. I didn't inhale. It's not real. I mean, come on. I didn't pull the trigger. I hope that's what he goes to court with. I hope that's his defense. I'd love to see him convince a jury of 12. I was just holding it. I was just cleaning it and it went off. I swear I wasn't pulling my own trigger. I was just cleaning the gun and it went off. It's never happened to me before like that. I'm so sorry. I mean, come on. Really?
And of course, ABC News they interviewed him. They're going to be airing that tomorrow evening. He's got his little cry. Screw it. You know what? Let's check out this. Let's check out this clip.
Well, you know why he's saying that all of a sudden, right? Because it's revealed that he was not even supposed to use the gun in the scene that they were shooting. Like, there was no reason for him to aim it or point it at the person to begin with. Is my understanding. So now it's like, well, why the hell are you aiming a firearm, fake or not, or whatever you thought it was, at somebody? That's reckless endangerment at the very least.
Yeah.
If it wasn't called for in the scene or whatever. That's my understanding of it anyway. I could be wrong. I could have swore I read that somewhere. So anyway, go ahead.
Well, before I even play this, unrelated, but when did Alec Baldwin start to kind of look like Soros? He's got some scrot eyes going on.
You know what? That's got to be, when the demons get in there, that's got to be, I'm serious.
Side effect?
Well, look at these people. You can always see it around their eyes. The people that are completely gone, like, it's always something around their eyes. It's either the scrotum eyes, like you said. You ever look at, like, people like Pelosi, like their eyebrows, or Jerry Nadler, or Justin Trudeau? It's like,
well, I think Pelosi's got that because she's got the equivalent of like 80 facelifts under her belt.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. It's just like, you could just see it, like these people that are possessed by evil and just, mindlessly, or maybe not mindlessly at this point, and even just enthusiastically doing the bidding of the devil. That starts to manifest itself in their physical appearance. I mean, look at like Lori Lightfoot, like from the day she went into office to now.
Oh my God.
It's like something seriously went in there. I mean, and compare like Clinton or Bush or what's his name, Obama, intro and outro pictures of their time in office. It looks like they age like a decade, 2 decades, from holding the office, compared to Donald Trump, who looks like he discovered the fountain of youth in the Oval Office and just, was drinking from that thing hourly. It's insane. But you could see, I truly believe when the evil infests itself into your soul and you start acting and doing its bidding, it starts to manifest itself in your outward appearance too. And I think you see that with a lot of these politicians, especially, I hate to say it, like to sound like that, on the Democrat side of the aisle. You could see it in the disfiguration of these people.
Yep. All right, let's see what this clip is all about here.
He was someone who was loved by everyone who worked with and liked by everyone who worked with and admired.
You gotta love it when a person who's got an acting career can't even act like, this is like the fakest start of crying I've ever seen, and he's an actor. Good Lord.
even now, I find it hard to believe that. It just doesn't seem real to me.
You haven't said much in public since that tragic accident. Why speak out now? I think the big question, and the one you must have asked yourself 1,000 times, how could this have happened? You've described it as a 1 in a trillion shot, and the gun was in your hand. How do you come to terms with that? It wasn't in the script for the trigger to be pulled.
Well, the trigger wasn't pulled. I didn't pull the trigger.
So you never pulled the trigger?
No. I would never point a gun at anyone and pull a trigger at them, never.
What did you think happened? How did a real bullet get on that set?
I have no idea. Someone put a live bullet in a gun, a bullet that wasn't even supposed to be on the property.
How do you respond to actors like George Clooney who say that every time?
Why are they're advertising this like it's the new blockbuster movie? Like, what the
Could you imagine? Could you imagine if Tucker Carlson with Kyle Rittenhouse right after the shooting did something like this?
Yeah, dude, that's a good point.
I mean,
good God.
Yeah.
Let's continue. Finish it up and keep making fun of it.
Time they were handed a gun, they checked it themselves. Your emotions are so clearly so right there on the surface. You felt shock. You felt anger. You felt sadness. Do you feel guilt? You said you're not a victim, but is this the worst thing that's ever happened to you?
Yes. Yeah. Because
what happened to him? What happened to him? What happened to him? This is the worst. Go back to
you know what happened
Island,
to him?
You creepy fuck.
You know what happened to him? He's had to deal with a couple weeks of media attention that he didn't want. That's what happened to him.
It's just the worst thing that ever happened to you. I know you say you're not a victim, but are you aware how much of a victim you are?
God. And of course, George Stephanopoulos is. You feel this has been such a traumatic experience for you. I can't imagine what you're feeling.
Yeah, it's incredible, dude.
Done.
Yeah.
Alec Baldwin, unscripted.
What could you have done? Maybe not point the gun at somebody. I want to know. Here's the thing. He contends that he did not pull the trigger. Then how the frick did this thing go off? By the way, it was a single action only, right? So not only that, but not only did the trigger have to be pulled, but the hammer had to be pulled back too.
Yes.
For this gun to discharge.
Yep.
So if he thinks he's gonna go to court with the claim that he didn't pull the trigger and win the case on that, I just look how the frick if he won that case, it'd be a miracle.
Why is he not fucking locked the hell up? Well,
because he's Alec Baldwin.
He's rich. He's a celebrity. He's a liberal, so he automatically gets showered with the benefit of the doubt, to a nauseating extent. He's got the mainstream media that's going to, I mean, like I said, imagine if Kyle Rittenhouse had this kind of like exclusive, prior to, the law taking its course and due process playing itself out. Like we don't even know if Alec Baldwin is going to be charged or not, or if he has been charged or what with these crimes. And the media is giving him an exclusive. What? I mean, great. It's his right. It's his right to tell his side of the story. If someone out there wants to host them, it's the media's right to do it. But just think about that. Like, think about that from the perspective of the victim, right? The real victim, not Alec fucking Baldwin with the lady he capped with the firearm. You're gonna have a whole media apparatus attempt to put a spin on this to basically mitigate your pain or the perception of your pain and focus on how sad it is for Alec Baldwin, before this thing has a chance to really play out in the court of law for you to see any justice, the court of public opinion is going to get a first shot at this. And that's typically the case nowadays. It's the environment we live in. It's not right, but it's the sad reality. But I think the media should take some kind of responsibility here to not put propaganda out or invite Alec Baldwin for this kind of exclusive until at least we understand if he's going to be charged with the crime or not. I don't know. It's just the whole thing seems in really bad taste to me, Pixels. And again, I just could you imagine if Kyle Rittenhouse got a similar thing done for him
just a few weeks after the shooting? Yeah,
or just any time before his trial.
Well, to be fair, they were filming it during the trial with Tucker Carlson and Rittenhouse, because they came out with it literally the day that he was found innocent.
They were filming him. They were documenting. I mean, that's journalism, But then there's the ethics behind journalism and the timing, and when you release that footage, that content to the public. If they want to go and film Alex's interview today and hold on to it for after his trial as part of a longer story, that's completely different.
But they're releasing it tomorrow.
This is an attempt to set a narrative before the justice system can do its job. This is an attempt to taint any potential jury. This is an attempt to put their thumb on the scale of an already rigged system. And that
it's funny because that's what they're accusing Steve Bannon of trying to do right now.
By getting the release of the documents.
Sure.
It's interesting because the media has actually petitioned on his behalf too.
I covered that earlier and found that really strange. What's the deal with that?
The media. That's a good question. Do
you think it's as simple as they're the media, so they want to report information and they find it to be something that they'd like to report on, so they want the information?
I think that they're scared. I think they're scared. I think that they want to be able to demand it in other situations. So they don't want a precedent set with Bannon that the DOJ can hide things maybe for future stuff. I don't because maybe they do fear the day where Donald Trump's back in the White House and they might request, from his DOJ information on one of their people that's charged with something.
Sure.
And, they don't want to be able to come back and say, well, when it was Steve Bannon, you guys were all about, secret prosecutions and whatnot. And now all of a sudden you want transparency. I think maybe they're trying to get ahead of something in that way. And they know that there's really nothing there with Steve Bannon. And he's not going to likely do any time or face any real consequences for, being in contempt of Congress. So I don't know. Maybe it's, you blow up the January 6th narrative a little bit and you free Bannon, but in the long run, you have a tool at your disposal later that could save you, a big time player or something later. Maybe it's sacrificed a little now for a bigger payoff later kind of deal. But I'm just spitballing. I have no actual information, and honestly, I'm as confused as you. I'm grasping.
It's more of a logical hypothesis than what I've been able to come up with, because what I've been able to come up with is absolutely nothing. I have no idea why they'd be siding with Bannon on anything. So yeah, it is a really interesting situation. One more. I found one more headline that I just got to bring up because this is it's another thing that's completely outrageous. Google-owned YouTube threatens to ban users who question mask effectiveness. It's gotten to that point now. So apparently now,
I thought they were already doing this.
No, it's on the vaccine effectiveness. Now it's the mask effectiveness. You're not allowed to even question whether or not a piece of cloth on your face it protects you from a virus.
So Dr. Fauci's kicked off of YouTube then, right? Because he was the first one to say it's not effective.
Yeah. Until he changed his mind. till he changed his mind, and then he decided, well, maybe if you double up, if you wear 2 or 3 or 8.
I was following the science, but then I realized I am the science, and I got confused. I'm sorry.
I can't believe he's actually so conceited he can get on national television and say, like, I am science. Going against my words, going against all of science. Like, good lord, dude. Like, you're the biggest freaking arrogant douche in the world. Like, you wonder why people can't stop telling you to shut the hell up. Dude, even Piers Morgan, literally said to Tony Fauci in an op-ed, shut the F up and just get off television, for God's sakes.
Every time, like, honestly, nothing hurts the establishment more than putting Tony Fauci in front of the microphone anymore.
Which is exactly why Piers Morgan wants him to shut up, isn't it?
Yes, I think that everybody besides Tony Fauci is starting to see that this guy is becoming poison. He had a high approval rating during the Trump administration. Fauci did. People weren't quite hip to his jive yet, as far as what he was all about. And I think the last poll I saw, the majority of Americans are ready to move on from Tony Fauci as kind of the spokesperson for American health, which is a huge shift in consciousness. Because Fauci does not represent science. Fauci represents the church of science, the one world religion of science, the dogmatic version of science that has nothing to do with actual scientific process and discovery. And I think putting a face to that, to his point, right? He actually made the point in his interview. If you watch that whole thing where he says, people attack the science, people are too stupid to realize it's science that they're attacking, but they attack good old Dr. Fauci, and then people can understand. And it's like, well, yeah, you are now becoming the face of big pharma, the face of establishment medicine, the face of corporate medicine. I mean, you are essentially personifying all of these things that were previously largely black holes to people, and you're wrapping up that you're attaching, or you are putting yourself, because you're such an egomaniac, in the position you're catapulting yourself up to a position where now they're all pretty much forced to attach their credibility to his. See, this is when you talk about the 5D chess. Why didn't Trump fire Fauci? Why didn't Trump fire Fauci? Maybe it's because instead of going to war with Dr. Fauci and the entire big pharma establishment and the entire corrupt medical establishment, why not allow the megalomaniac to take center stage the way he would? Allow all of these companies to attach their horse to his wagon, and then hopelessly fly off the cliff when this guy's ego goes flying out of control and the whole country hates him. People are going to see him as a direct connection to these big pharma companies, and all of them are going to be worse off for it as far as how people perceive it going forward. So I'm
never interrupt an enemy when they're in the process of destroying themselves.
Yeah, the problem is that we get caught up in a lot of the collateral damage in the process as we watch this destruction, and that sucks. It sucks to watch the economy destroyed, livelihoods ruined, a Marxist takeover of our culture, our media, and our not that the media, I mean, it was already largely underway before COVID, but anyway, it's hard to watch all of the damage being done in the process. But unfortunately, when you let the cancer metastasize to a certain point, you're gonna have to do some chemo and destroy yourself a little bit to get rid of it. Not the greatest analogy, but you get what I'm going for there.
Yeah. So with that being said, we're pretty much out of time. Go ahead and plug your stuff, and then I'll plug mine, and we'll go ahead and skedaddle.
Yeah, 4:00 tomorrow, Taking It Back. Dilly, Frank, you guys know the drill. It's a lot of fun. We do it every Thursday. Leading up to that, if you're looking for a little something to do, Pinata and Homesteader will be doing a pre-show from 2 to 4 right here on 5x5 Network. so you can get nice and comfy leading up to that here in the foxhole or wherever you choose to watch. Also tonight, in about an hour and a half, I'll be back on WTPI taking calls with Homesteader, prep steading. We're gonna be doing prep steading, a Q&A show at 8:30. So if you guys want to come and say hello, call in and ask your questions. We'll be going from 8:30 to 9:30. Otherwise, just the 4 o'clock broadcast the rest of the week. And I'm 50-50 on a Saturday show. I'm not sure if I'm going to be doing it or not this week.
Right on. Well, as for me, I will be back tomorrow on my own channel to broadcast The Breakdown. I think we're going to be on episode number... I think we just did 68 tomorrow, so 69 tomorrow, I think. Right on. Yeah, episode number 69 of The Breakdown will be happening tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, before we go, we got a bunch of thank yous to say. We were getting some gold pills in the Foxhole chat. Let's see if I still have them. I don't know if you've got them on your screen. Nope, they all deleted them. So I don't know why. It only happens when I'm watching different channels and I can't like filter them and read all of them. So I don't know. Do you still have them on screen?
I have only 2. I don't know what happened to mine.
Damn.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Black Yoda. A couple from him says a cookie says I didn't declare Fauci and his 3 chest hairs sexiest man. And then he says Fauci has been trying to give people AIDS and HIV since the 80s. Now he succeeded. I'm praying to God that the push for the boosters is because they can't completely kill your immune system with the first 2 or 3 shots, and that there's a way to recover or, undo at least on some level some of this damage. Otherwise, yeah, man, you might very well be right. Attack on the immune system. If your natural immune system's been disabled, I mean, it might not be HIV exactly, but it's an analogous kind of thing, and it just makes me sick. Yeah. Let me see if there's anything. Oil Man with a cookie says, "Love you guys, Oil Man. We love you right back, brother. Thank you for following me over here and hanging out." And I think that's all the ones I saw. There was a handful of other ones that came in earlier. For whatever reason, they disappeared off my chat, so I apologize, guys.
Sorry about that, guys. Much love to everyone out there. Thank you very much for your contributions and for watching and hanging out with us. And with that being said, I think we're good to go. Peace out, everyone.
Have a good night.